Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Park and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting for October 17th, 2022. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I'll second it.
I have a motion from Ms. Carol Haas and a second from Chuck Isabel. I wanted to call him Izzy.
It's okay, a lot of people do.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, we'll get right into it. We got the Goblins and the Goodies and Zombie Night and Movie Night, and then Miss Kathy has got us a full gig next Saturday, so we'll start out with Miss Kathy, and she can tell us all about what's going on.
All right, so Saturday from 2 to 4 will be the Goblins and Goodies event at the park. We've got about 31 vendors signed up right now to have a booth. So that'll be from 2 to 4, and then starting at 5 o'clock, the Zombie Night with a dance-off. We'll have a DJ at the football field like we did last year. We are going to ask some of the board members if you want to judge the dance-off so we can determine who wins the first, second, and third. And then at 6 o'clock, we're going to do the Addams Family 2 movie, and the Senior Center will be there selling concessions.
How many vendors did we have last year? I don't remember.
We didn't have that many. A lot of the people said they didn't have enough staff. I think maybe 20 to 25 showed up. This year we have a little over 30. I think it's right at 31 right now.
Are we doing political vendors this year?
We do have political vendors, yes.
And I have to give props to David from looking at the weather, as good a job as he did with the other events that we've been having. Saturday, David, is supposed to be phenomenal. Now, I hope I'm not jinxing us, but if the past has taught us anything with the weather being like that, I'm sure we're going to have an abundance of children.
Well, I was gonna pull up the weather this morning when I got to the shop, and I was instructed not to do so, because we don't look at the weather on event weeks. It worked for OTF, so we're not gonna look at the weather all week. We're just gonna show up and play it by ear and see what happens.
Well, you know, OTF and National Night Out, everything has been so far been great. I don't even think that it's supposed to be cold Saturday night for the movie. It's going to be cool, but it ain't going to be like cold. So, does anybody have any questions about Saturday? All right, so we'll move on to, as we do every year, Veterans Day, November the 11th.
All right. The Veterans Day ceremony is November 11th at 11 a.m. at Veterans Park. Ross and Tabitha Howard and Pastor Randy Berg will be our 3 speakers this year at the event. And we have made the Facebook announcement to sell the flags for the field of flags, and then of course, the bricks that are always on sale. So they still have time to get those to hopefully be delivered so we can have them on the wall by November 11th.
The bricks for the memorial wall?
Yes, correct.
I saw something on Facebook where one of those was removed.
It was a blank,
Okay.
yeah.
But those are always for sale?
The bricks are always for sale,
Okay.
$35. We get a rush around Veterans Day trying to get the bricks on the wall. And then right around Veterans Day, about the month prior, we open the flags for sale. And those,
Because the comment on Facebook, somebody, I guess, only had thought that they were not selling anymore.
Right.
So they're always for sale.
correct, they are.
Okay.
Is it just for veterans?
It is just for veterans on the wall, correct.
And
Veterans of the United States military, the United States veterans.
will you guys be set up giving away your world-famous coffee, hot chocolate, and donuts?
Oh, yes, at Veterans Day, we will. We'll have refreshments that morning as well.
Okay. Any questions about that? And now we'll move on down to the Parade of Lights.
Okay, Parade of Lights is the first Saturday of December, which is December 3rd. And the parade will start at 5 p.m., start at City Hall, and then end in the park for the tree lighting ceremony. Chris Clark will be the grand marshal, and this year's theme is Fire Up the Holidays.
And anybody that's, happens to be watching this on YouTube that may not be familiar, who is Chris Clark?
He
Or you want me to answer that?
was, I believe he was the prior interim fire chief.
He was.
Yeah,
I
he
think
was-
interim was, but he was assistant and then interim, correct, before going to EMS in Rutherford County?
Yeah, he was
No,
our
he
fire
became our
chief.
fire chief.
Yeah.
Oh, so he was actual, okay.
He was our fire chief.
It's not on here, David, but I want to interject with it, just so I'll know, and maybe you got it planned for, next month, but I just want to, because of the parade of lights and the lighting of the tree, what's the status with the ice rink this year? Am I jumping the gun?
Yeah, we're actually gonna try to install that the week of Thanksgiving, we think. And then, do you have the dates? I didn't bring the dates with me on that.
December 1st would be the employee skate, and then it'll go December 2nd through December 17th. And it'll be available to the public, well, available Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sundays.
Okay, I didn't want to jump the gun, but I just wanted to make sure that we start getting the word out there, because I think that thing's going to be a huge hit.
Well, and you know, this year we're expanding, so it's gonna be 50% bigger. Last year, I think we did it Monday and Tuesday. We didn't do it on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And we found out that the Monday and Tuesday, we really weren't getting a whole lot of traffic. So we're gonna do it Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this year and try that out.
You're gonna open it up where people can sign up when they get there? Because I know we had talked about it before.
In person, we're not gonna
Yeah.
do the pre-registration like we did last year.
Okay.
The only day that really filled up was the Winter Festival Day, and that was, traffic messed with some people getting there. They didn't get there allotted times. So we're still gonna open it on the hour, so you'll get an hour rotation, but it's first come, first serve. So if you show up at 12:30 and it's already at capacity, you'll have to wait till 1,
Okay.
so.
Is it too early, David, to put in an order for like about a 35, 40-degree night that night, or?
Oh, no, we're already working on that. Actually, I think this year, we have talked about, you know, we did the Winter Festival last year and kind of put everything in the front parking lot. Well, as y'all know, last year, it was a terrible day for weather that day. Rained a bunch of our vendors out, so we had 20-some odd vendors signed up, and I think maybe 5 to 8 showed up. I think we're gonna rent a big tent, maybe a 50 by 100, and put in that front parking lot, so the vendors can actually be under the tent, and then kind of light that up, in case we do have some bad weather, at least we can still have our vendors there.
Away from the tree.
Yes, in that, probably around that middle front, in the front parking lot, in between those two light posts.
I like that idea. And hopefully, we will get a good vendor that'll show up with coffee and hot chocolate.
Correct.
I'm sure we'll talk more about this next month, but it's on my mind, and I just wanted to, you know, because you guys worked hard last year. Y'all have any questions about the Parade of Lights? All right, we will move on to the Winter Festival.
Which, December 3rd, we're gonna have it from 3 to 8. We're gonna open it before the parade starts this year and have it a little longer for the vendors. We have the horse and carriage rides. We've got 2 horse and carriage rides coming this year that will take them up through the walking trail in the back of the park and do rotations that way. And we've already opened up the registrations for the arts and craft vendors for the event. And we are currently looking for a warm snack vendor, be it hot chocolate, donuts, something of that nature. So,
I'm just, is that something the senior center would do?
Well, they generally do, hot chocolate and cookies after the parade at the tree lighting. I think they're interested in doing that this year. I know last year they couldn't make the tree lighting, so they provided that at the employee family night skate. So I think maybe this year they may be looking at doing both nights. It's something they've generally done in the past. I think they enjoy doing it. If it fits into their schedule. I think they did mention, and I probably failed to mention it to Kathy, that that may be something they want to do. Even if we could find another vendor type, we've had several of those in the past. We had like a mini donut here at City Hall, and the senior center was still able to provide the free stuff also.
We want the mini donuts back.
They were supposed to be here last year, so,
Don't get me started, man. I was looking forward to it. I was just thinking, if the center's always been good about doing that, but if they could combine it to where it could be a minimal charge for a fundraiser and still, you know, good for the citizens, that it would be a win-win situation, something just to think about, you know. But, you know, I don't want to put them in there without, you know, but just an idea. That's what we're here for, advisory, you know. Any more questions about this? All right. So we're going to talk about the fall ball clinic.
And I'm gonna get Andrew to jump in here too. I think we finished up this past Saturday morning with kind of like a game day, kind of like a play day for all the kids that were involved. So we did have 4 nights of practice type sessions and then followed it up Saturday. 4 good nights, 4 great weather nights. We didn't have a rain out, so we didn't have to reschedule. A lot of participation. Saturday was a great turnout, and as some of you guys know, you guys were there to see it firsthand. Just to see the progress that those kids made from the first night to what we saw Saturday was night and day. Every night they showed up. Parents were great. Can't say enough about the parents and our volunteers. They showed up. You know, I'm sure there's a million things that the parents could have been doing those evenings, but they made sure they brought their kids to the park. So that's what we want. So from what we witnessed in those 4 weeks and Saturday, when the kids left, they were all excited about what was coming in the spring. Had parents asking us about the new league coming in. I didn't see a kid that did not leave with a smile on their face. So I think it was a good experience for everybody. Props go out to the coaches and volunteers, especially on the T-ball side, because I tried to do that for 2 nights, and I was like, I got to have a vacation. Yeah, they were, you know.
It was like a Chinese fire drill.
Yes, sir.
And like many of y'all know, we're going through a transition where we're changing to the new league, and a lot of the parents want to volunteer with the new league. So I think just having the clinic and having the kids involved, they want to get involved also. So that was a great sign for us moving forward.
So the new thing that we voted on, that worked out for the,
That's what we're going to discuss next, yes. But a lot of the parents want to volunteer with that new league.
oh, okay.
So, yep,
Yeah.
they expressed a lot of interest in that over the past few weeks.
Can't say enough about the volunteers. Sunny with Rock Springs Middle, she was huge on the softball side. First night, I think she showed up. She probably had 50 girls down there on that side. Brent Turner, you know, he kind of spearheaded the baseball side. Andrew and his guys had everything out there. So it was very organized for something that was kind of thrown together. I don't say thrown together because a lot of effort did go into it, but just to see the organization and the equipment was on each field when it was needed. It's pretty impressive for our guys to have our whole department jump in. And, you know, they're like anybody else. They could have been at home wanting to spend time with their family, but everybody in our department participated in all 4 nights. So big shout out to them. Them guys are great. Kathy and Sheila, awesome. Andrew was on. I thought he was going to wear himself to death on the shirts. He started ordering them like 2 or 3 months before they came in. So, yeah, we couldn't ask for a better turnout. I think things went off without a hitch.
I'll just add a little bit to that. You said thrown together. is probably not the right word, but it was kind of a quick thing, and everybody involved did great. The park crew, Andrew whipping up hot dogs, man, it was, it was good. The kids were happy, because, you know, most kids, now there's a few, there's always a few, but most kids, man, they just want to get out and play. And I guess we can just roll this right on into the next one, the ball league, and know that that's going to, and you used one word that I am really, really proud of, because let's face it, we've not seen it in a while, especially the last 2 years. You used the word organization or organizational. So that's something that, between that and another word, communication. is
Yeah,
something-
and with that being said, I will turn it over to Andrew because him and Julia already have, they've got the communication down. There's been more communication before their contract has ever been in place than with any organization that has been up there since we have been here. So, yeah, I'll let him run that down.
Yeah, like David said, Julie and I, we probably speak at least once a week as of right now. But the last BOMA meeting, the board passed the RFP, which you all basically saw from the last meeting. And then the next month will be the user agreement. So that's just finalizing all the info that our agreement's set for the spring. And once that's done, they're good to go. So, but she's already pretty much toured the facilities. We've kind of expressed when signups are going to start, what our scheduling needs are, what their needs are. So we're moving right along. So.
Yeah, what we want to do is provide them with whatever they need to be successful, whether that be them printing up flyers and us going out on a Saturday and Sunday and standing at the local supermarkets or Walmart and handing them out for them. We're willing to do that, to put their signs up. I'll be honest with you, man, I've been here 12 years, and everything in our department seems like it's trending in the right direction except for that ball league. So that has been a thorn in our side. So we're ready to
Amen.
turn the corner, and I don't see it not being successful. I just don't, because I know their passion is there, their heart's in the right place. They're dedicated to the kids of this community, and anybody that knows her knows that the basketball league, you know, it's a success. So we want to see that spill over onto the ball league side too. And I think we're heading in the right direction.
We talked to,
And so far, I think she's even went ahead and scheduled her board to go ahead and meet up there. So I think they're laying plans pretty quickly to get this up and rolling.
and I know you guys talked about scoreboards, you talked about the sound systems, you talked about the little tweaking
The
things.
details that
The
the
details,
kids want to see.
yeah, that make a ball league excel, and she's, you know, I'm not gonna go over expectations, but she kinda knows what we're expecting, but at the same time, we've gotta stay humble and be realistic and grow it gradually. We don't wanna go in there and, you know, but now if it happens, hey, that's great. So, I'm excited. The board meeting with BOMA, once we do that, we can blow this thing out of the water and start talking about it. So,
Yeah, and you've referenced the scoreboards and the stuff like that. We want to make sure when they come in that they're not scrambling to figure things out. We want to make sure everything's working for them, whether that be freezers, if we have to replace some freezers. So it may take an initial investment on the city side just to make sure that stuff is up and running, but we couldn't expect an organization to come in and repair that stuff for us. So that needs to be ready for them once they come in the door. They don't need a headache of figuring out, well, I got 2 fields over here the scoreboards don't work on, you know. As a parent, if you go to a game, you want to see the scoreboards working. So I mean, that's our goal as a department. Andrew's on top of that. Like, he's already met with Julia over, like you said, the PA system and the scoreboard. So there's no doubt in my mind that they're gonna have that up and running.
Now, I'm not one to kind of live in the past, but I am curious about one thing. Well, I'm curious about a lot of things. But one thing, if it happens, who would handle it, or can we help? Can we go back to the days of where we used to get sponsors and hang their banner on the fence?
Now, their user agreement, they are able to go out and solicit businesses and put up sponsorships and bring in revenue that way. So any previous user agreement we've had, it has had that in there. That's just up.
Money's there, it's just the organization that had it previously, never reached out to them. When the city ran it, we had Land of Frost. I think when LBSA had it, maybe they had Land of Frost. So that organization's been around here, so there is some money out there waiting. It's just making the contacts.
How do we or them determine the size of the banner, how much the banner costs to make, and where do you get them made at?
We can get the banners made, whether we use Front Street signs in Smyrna. I don't know if the vendor, like if, say it was Land of Frost, if they have stipulations, if it has to be a 3x5. I'm not sure. Kathy, do you know? Have you dealt with them?
I don't know. I think we gave out sponsorship packages that they chose.
And that might be
Pass.
something I need to discuss with her. Maybe her board puts in place of what a sponsorship package is, like a level, and then this is what you get for that level.
That's how we did it when we had it with the city.
So different size banners
Yeah, so
is
it's
a different
let's just
size.
say it's $250, you get a 3x5 banner or something like that,
Okay.
something. And
Yeah, because I'm like everybody else. I think everybody on this board in the city has got kids, you guys. I think we're all gung-ho about this league, and we want it to excel. And if there's things that we can do that will help, because if I'm not mistaken, the more banners you get, the more donations you get, drives down the cost of the entry fee. And I know you all even talked about that, an early entry fee price as opposed to
I think she's gonna have early sign-up registration, and then her registration prices vary based upon what division you are in for your age, so.
all right, I'll be
Yeah, and
quiet.
that money's out there, like I think Land of Frost at one time, it may have been up to $10,000, 5 in the spring and 5 in the fall. As long as their name was on the back of a shirt or the front of a shirt, and you took the pictures and submitted it to them so they knew,
Oh, I
It
coached
doesn't
with
cost a
that.
lot of money to put their name on a shirt.
I coached then, I know, man. that
It's
was
still a
great.
lot to sponsor a complete team as long as their name was on it.
But if you all know anybody that's looking to sponsor kids, I mean, definitely have them reach out to the front office at the park, and we can send their info to Julia and USL and have
Yeah, and
them.
it doesn't have to be like you want to sponsor, you're a $250 sponsor or $500. If you could, I don't know what she's got signed up for a kid, but even $50 could go towards a kid, or, say, I only have $75 here, I'm like to put this towards sponsoring a kid somewhere down the line.
Do you all have, or does she have a template, some sort of,
I would have to get with her on that. I don't think she does right now. I know, like I said, she was supposed to meet with her board this past Tuesday, but they had some scheduling conflicts. So I can touch base with her on that and see what they can discuss there on their meeting and bring that back before you all, just to let you know next month.
all right, well, it won't be long, it'll be here, they'll be doing signups.
Yeah, they have sign-ups scheduled for January and February, practices in March, and the games are right around the 1st of April.
All right, any more questions about the ball league? Well, does anybody, well, let's just do it this way. We'll start with Mr. Isabel. Chucky. I know him good enough now, I don't have to call him Charles.
Only bill collectors call me that.
Do you have anything to add to this meeting?
No, I think it's been a good meeting.
Commissioner Davis?
So,
Davis.
we have some really good stuff coming up. I'm really excited about all of this. And also, every year, I'm excited to see how it's growing as well. But I also want to thank you all for all of your hard work. We help when we can, but you're pulling all the weight, and we want to thank you for everything.
Ms. Carroll?
Just to, follow up with Laura, thank you to the Parks and Rec Department, the whole group. I mean, y'all are awesome. You're personable to the community, and every event has more community participation. There's more people coming out, even from surrounding communities like Smyrna, Antioch, even Old Timers Festival. I talked to some people that came in from Murfreesboro. So the word's getting out that when LaVergne has an event, it's top A, number one. So thank you all very much. And again, I look forward to the events coming up for the rest of the year, and then January 1st will be around the corner, and we'll be starting it again. So thank you all.
Mr. Giles?
Yes, I live in the Brookside community in LaVergne, and one of our HOA guys came to me this week and asked about the park that they're building over there. So, just want to know the city's involvement in the park and their, what they like to do with it. They're very concerned over there about that park.
The Brookside Park?
Yes, sir.
David?
It is actually it's a TDOT grant, so we have to follow their steps that they put forward. So actually today, I think they just approved the minutes from the planning commission when we took it to the planning commission 3 months ago, I think. So, we got the grant, we are awarded the grant, but they did need that step added to their history, showing that we as a city did take it to the planning commission. So, I mean, it's set up over there. It's gonna be a walking trail. It's a play area, a swing area.
Yep, it's gonna have a parking lot, maybe 10 or 12 parking spaces.
Pavilion.
It will have pavilion, and the walking trail should tie into the existing walking trail that is behind the houses now.
Yeah.
And then it's gonna have like a youth multipurpose soccer. We call it a soccer field. It's like a U8 soccer field, but it's not gonna be lighted, so it's kind of just be a multipurpose field.
And that'll have a couple of benches. That'll be with that also.
Okay. What's the time frame for opening?
I think we have to use that money within 3 years. I would have to double check to see when when the clock started on that. I think COVID threw everything behind, because this was actually started in 2020. But we really didn't get to go ahead to start moving forward here until probably within the last 6 months.
Is that the part that you're building? Is that the one we voted on, or is that somewhere else?
That is the,
I think you're talking about the Blue Cross Blue Shield grant.
yeah, that is another grant that is out there.
Okay.
That's totally different than this TDEC grant. That Blue Cross Blue Shield grant would be for a playground that we're proposing kind of over around the Hurricane Creek area,
Okay.
where the walking trail dead ends right now. But the one you're talking about, we brought before this board, I want to say in 2020, around December of 2020.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Cole, did you hear the question? I did not. He was talking about he was asking about the Brookside Park. Maybe you or Mr. Graham can update us on.
Sure. You want to come up with, so the Brookside Park had to go through Planning Commission and get approval through Planning Commission. Then that, as well as the minutes of the approval, had to be submitted to the state. And so that has been submitted, and we're just waiting for them to release funds, and then everything starts. So it will have a pavilion, a ADA accessible playground, a soccer field, and some parking. And it is a pocket park designed for the local community, not a big Veterans Memorial Park, similar to how Mannequin Park is.
Well,
Got anything?
Giles lives over there in that area, and they were asking, him about it, the community. So,
Discussing the planning commission to increase the size of the car park. But looking at the grant, we decided to leave it as it is, because if we went through, money to be funded for the park as it would go.
Okay, thank you.
And I've gotten a few emails from some residents over there about, could we change out the soccer field for a pickleball court? And we actually have one over here with Veterans Memorial, so whereas we don't have soccer, really a soccer field anywhere in the city. So right now it's staying with that.
Okay.
But what other questions were they asking?
More so just concern about the neighborhood. It's a small community over there, you know, in this last phase, it's not connected to the other side of Brookside, so they're concerned about that kind of stuff.
Yes, it is designed to be pocketed, so small, something for that immediate community, not one of the larger parks. So I was just over there. I know I've spoken with Kathleen, who lives on Condor, that backs up to where the park will be, and she even has some concerns about where it's at. But this has truly been a long time coming, because this was, Brookside Park was really established under Mayor Mosley, but it was just a walking trail that ended
Right.
to an open field. So there was no park, and our side of town really hasn't had anything other than the fire station.
Right.
So this is the start of that. We've discussed some other uses. I know there's one piece of property that's developing where they're giving the city some land, and that will either be for police, fire, or for the parks. And so, but it's moving towards these smaller pocket parks for localized communities, rather than just have something where you would see someone from over here, or let's say McFarland Point or the Ridge. They won't be driving over to this ideally. This is just something that's again small for the local community.
Awesome, thank you.
question for Mr. Coates, is this going to be a lighted park?
There's no lights.
No lights? Okay.
I don't believe there was any electricity run to the pavilion.
No.
There may be regular security lights, but
At some point, we may install a couple of outlets and a security light there, and possibly a water fountain. Would have to go back and look into the plan. Anything dealing with T-Deck, if it's not on the front end, it's hard to get it on the back end. Because like when the mayor said, people asked if there were certain elements that we could change. I don't think we can go in there and do a big change like they're talking about, take that field and turn it into pickleball, since it wasn't proposed on the front end, because what they approved was our basic design that we submitted. Now, there may be a possibility inside those play zones to swap up some equipment, so it's not necessarily the equipment we proposed, but maybe something similar. But something as drastic as even, I think they would consider it drastic where maybe we wouldn't, is even building a bridge across that creek there to the other existing side. I don't even think we could do that, because that was mentioned, and it was like that was kind of taboo since it wasn't proposed on the front end. Kind of similar with kind of what we're going through with the help me out, Andrew.
Greenway.
The Greenway, where we're trying to extend it to the boat ramp. They said, anything you think you may want on there 20, 30 years from now, put it on the front side of it. If you build it on the front end, that's great. If you decide you're not gonna build it on the front end, but you wanna build it 15 years down the road, if it's in your initial plan, that doesn't have to come back for review. You can just go on to the next step. So that's kind of, I think, where we're at on that Brookside Park. Like the mayor said, the minutes have been submitted for the planning commission, so they're pretty much in their system. We're just waiting for the next go-ahead on the next step.
Giles, do you have any more questions about it?
No, sir, thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Miss Felicia?
Well, I would like to know when y'all find out what the sign-ups are for the children for playing ball, because I personally would like to donate, and I would hope that our board.
Say it again, I didn't hear you.
I personally would like to donate for a child to play ball.
Jerry, you got that on film?
I've donated before, I just
I
don't
know
tell
you
people.
have, but I have got to give you a
But
hard time.
I do hope that, you know, so that if there are any children that the parents can't afford it, I would like to, and I would encourage our board to
Absolutely.
help
Yeah.
with that too.
Yeah, I'll reach out to Julia and get the prices on that and also talk to her about the sponsorship levels. So, and we'll have that for you next meeting.
Is that it?
That's it.
Only thing I'm gonna do is add to what Carol and Laura and them was saying is, and we come in here every month. I mean, let's say it. We come in here every month and we give you guys props and we thank you for the great job you're doing. There's really no words to say what a great job. We come up there, especially us Boma people and stuff, and everything is set up, it's fixed up. So, looking forward to this weekend, and gonna be with the weather holding true, it's going to be crazy. Everybody knows that, and I hope all your vendors show up, Kathy, because I know when them vendors don't show up, you get
Yeah, it gets a little hectic.
it gets a little hectic. So we are having a meeting next month according to this, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Because we had
We'll
said
have one
something
next
earlier.
month. I don't think we have one planned for December.
Okay. All right, so our next meeting will be November the 21st at 6 PM, same bat channel, same bat time. With that, I call this meeting adjourned.
tnwildlife.org is your direct link to the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Log on for the latest information about hunting, fishing, boating, or wildlife watching right here in our state. You can purchase a license to hunt, fish, or register your boat right online. Check it out today at tnwildlife.org. This week on Tennessee Outdoor Journal, we'll start off with warm water fly fishing.
It is so easy to figure out what to fish with.
A good long rod will help you do that.
Next up, the real secrets of the Carolina rig.
It's so important to get your bait up past it.
And we'll finish off with You Can Go Fishing, fall and winter.
Fishing often gets overlooked this time of year. The leaves have changed, the temperature's dropping, people are talking about deer hunting, duck hunting.
Tennessee Outdoor Journal is opening the cover and inviting you in for some outdoor tips, tricks, and behind-the-scenes look at the work being done by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Let's turn the page. What kind of legacy will we leave when our days upon this earth are gone? Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun, care enough to be the keeper of the dream. Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal.
When I was young, I saw somebody using a fly rod and waving a rod back and forth and making that line throw the fly was just fascinating to me. Fly fishing is an art. It's a skill. It kind of reminds me of using a longbow or a recurve as opposed to a compound. It speaks to me and I like it. I like the artfulness of it.
You can fish a fly rod in the same place you fish conventional tackle. My favorite way is wading, but it's also effective from a boat or a kayak.
You know, one common misconception is fly fishing is only for trout, cold water fish, trout and salmon. You can fly fish for anything that swims as long as it feeds by sight. I mean, I've caught catfish, catch gar, smallmouth, largemouth. We've been over all that. You can catch anything on a fly rod. You know, when you're going out to buy a fly rod and reel, I tell everybody, get the best you can afford within reason. I do the same thing with my conventional tackle, or my archery tackle, or a gun. But a fly rod, they make all kinds, and they're not as expensive as people think. Yeah, you can go out and you can spend a ton of money, but the rod that I've been using, you can pick up used for about 20 bucks. You know, it doesn't have to be a giant to have fun. I mean, I'm a catcherman. I'm not much of a fisherman. I love to catch fish. And the different colors, this one's kind of a gold color. You know, they go from dark brown stripes to gold. They're just beautiful.
The best thing to remember when you're casting a fly rod is you're not casting a lure. You're casting a fly line. The line actually has weight. So it's a rhythm, it's not a whipping action. Your motion should be a 10 to 2 o'clock motion with your rod. You have to go fairly sharp with it, but not fast. It doesn't take much effort to cast a fly rod.
So, in today's world with the internet, it is so easy to figure out what to fish with. Remember, with a fly rod, all you're doing is imitating bait. If it looks like bait to you, it'll look like bait to the fish. And you can go to your big box store, you can go to your specialty fly shops, you can order stuff online, you can put it all in one box. And it doesn't take a whole lot of stuff. All these flies can be bought. This is a surface fly. It's called a popper. And this is just one style. A friend of mine tied this one. This is a minnow type fly. You can see that it wiggles. You can use this and then, of course, a crawfish fly. You could go to a creek, to a lake, but really, river fishing with a couple of these and maybe change a different color. Catch all the fish you want. Little guy, bet it's a rock bass. Let's see. Bet it's a rock bass. No, it's a bluegill.
Quick tip, to get better with a fly rod, you gotta use a fly rod. And for me, that meant leaving the conventional tackle at home and forcing myself to fish with nothing but the fly rod.
I love water like this because we've got a fast run up ahead and a riffle, and yet you got deep water right here. So I'm trying to pick apart the edges of the deep, just off current where they could sit to dart out and get their food. And then as the water slows down back through here, they'll be hugging the bottom, be looking for stuff. The only time I really fish dead water or eddy water is if I see a bass, mainly a smallmouth, come in and push bait into here. They will corral them up against these weeds, and that's a great time to make a cast. It's always worthwhile to make a shot or two, but the main part of this hole, that's where we're concerned about. Look, when you're fishing in a river, everything in that river is eating aquatic insects, minnows, crawfish, or some kind of terrestrial like a grasshopper or cicada that falls in the water. Everything from bluegill, largemouth, smallmouth, sunfish, gar, everything eats that. So when you're imitating something like that, there's no telling what you're going to catch. You can't just say, I'm going to go out and catch only smallmouth, because you're not going to. You're going to catch all kinds of species. There we go. Feels like a decent one. If you're just bent on catching trout, then trout's all you're going to be satisfied with. There you go. But heck, a smallmouth fights harder than any trout, pound for pound, that ever lived. Well, for that matter, a bluegill does. So if I can't get to a trout stream living here in Middle Tennessee, West Tennessee, even East Tennessee, you put on a pair of shoes and jump in a creek where you're allowed to fish, and you go out and, I don't know, you catch 10 or 15 fish that day and you're by yourself. What could be better than that?
Hey, I'm Chris Ogle with Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. I'm a wildlife manager that works with non-game and endangered species. Did you know that Tennessee is part of a multi-state green salamander study? What's a green salamander? It's a small species of lungless salamander that's rare and elusive. It specializes in living in rock crevices and outcrops. And it's a salamander we don't know a whole lot about. So we're part of a multi-state study with several other states, working to learn more about its population dynamics, its genetic structure, and the diseases associated with the species. We're working with a professor from the University of Alabama at Huntsville, and then we're also working with a PhD student at the University of Tennessee. So we're about to wrap up this study, and we're learning a lot of good things about the population dynamics and genetics of this creature and adding to the knowledge base of the green salamander.
Hey everybody, Jason Holland with Jason Holland Fishing, and today we're going to teach you the real secrets of the Carolina rig. First, we're going to start with the rod and reel. So I've got a Cashin Elite Series Carolina rig rod. It's a 7-foot 6-inch rod. It is a heavy power with a fast tip. So Carolina rig, you want a good long rod so you can make long casts, especially if you're fishing from the bank. Get out as far as you can, get out where other bank fishermen aren't at, and give you the opportunity to catch fish when other people may not. So a good long rod will help you do that. Get Cashin fishing rods, 7-foot 6-inch rod. Also, we have that teamed up with a Lew's Tournament MB speed spool reel. It's a bait casting reel. And a couple things to key about on this. One, it's a low profile, so really fits your hands real well. We don't have those big, like if you remember ththose big Penn deep sea, what it felt like a deep sea reel. Real big, technology has continued to advance, and now they've got them down to a real small profile, fit your hand real well. The other key thing about the reel is look at the gear ratio. This actually happens to be a 6.8 to 1. So it is a good medium, middle of the road gear ratio, allow you to make good long casts with the reel and also give you plenty of line to get picked up every time you turn the handle. Something really important to pay attention to if you're in the process of purchasing a new reel. All right, so let's talk about the line that we've got on here. So right now we have got, if I can get it over here, we've got Sunline. This is the Sniper series, so Sunline Sniper. I've got a 16-pound test on this because I'm throwing a little bit lighter weight. You can go between 16 and 20-pound line is a really good ratio. If you're just getting into it and you're just getting out there, start with this smaller diameter. It'll be a little bit easier to cast, a little bit more manageable. So 16-pound line. And so that completes the setup to go out and Carolina rig fish. So let's tie the Carolina rig and show you what that looks like. And once we're done with that, we'll talk about where you're going to throw it. So you need a few components to start with. I keep mine in a little box. This is my Carolina rig box, and so I can keep all my stuff kind of organized, but you don't have to do it this way. You can just put it in your normal tackle box and just have a little section. But you're going to need a few key components. One, going to be your hook. This happens to be a Trocar 5/0 extra wide gap worm hook. It's a really good all-around hook. You can do a 5/0, a 4/0, even drop down to a 3. And all that means is it's just the overall size of that hook continues to shrink down based on whatever specific soft plastic that you're throwing. Again, match your hook to the soft plastic worm or crawl or whatever that you're throwing. You want to try to match that hook up. All right, so we talked about the hook. You're going to need a swivel. This is a Spro power swivel. I'm a big fan of the Spro products, but again, any good barrel swivel will work. You're going to need obviously a weight. This is a 3/4 ounce. It's called an egg sinker because obviously it looks like an egg. The reason why you want to use an egg sinker is that it actually comes through very well. So think about it. You're dragging this weight across the bottom and it's going to hit every rock, stick, log, whatever the case may be. Whatever's sitting on the bottom, you're going to run this weight into. And so this egg shape allows it, as it's coming across, say you're going to hit a rock, it allows that to roll over the rock. Say you're going to hit a stick, allows it to hit the stick and roll over. So the shape of the weight is really important. Now, if you use a bullet type, and here's one that I had left over, these will work. The bullet shaped weight, these will work just fine. The problem that you can run into is, we go back to that rock again and say, because of the pointed, it has a tendency to hit and then dig in. Just because of that overall weight, point kind of like an arrow, makes it stick a little bit better. So again, these will work. They're brass, they're cheap. These work as well. I personally recommend the egg sinker just because it's going to give you that. You need a bead. A little tip about the beads. Use a plastic bead. They sell glass beads, and they sound real great. The glass does when you're hitting against this clacker. But the problem that you run into with glass beads is over time they will chip and crack, and then you know what happens when you get a sharp edge on glass, it's going to cut everything. And so you get a glass bead, it has a tendency, if you're not careful, it can cut and nick your line, which is what you don't want. And then you've got a noise maker. This is just a little brass clacker. So we are going to tie the Carolina rig, if I can say that. Hook-wise, I'm going to go typically with the polymer knot. So all we're going to do here is we're going to create a loop. And it's going to be kind of hard to see, but I'll do the best that I can. So if you can see, we've created a loop. All right. So all you're going to do now is you're going to fold that, make a loop here. Then we're going to take this tag in and we're going to go through the loop we just made. All right. So it's going to look like this. Now all you got to do is take this loop that you made and then run your swivel through it. Now, I always moisten it, and the reason you do that is so you don't burn your line. Good old saliva. And then there you go. Now you got your swivel connected. Turn around, snip off your tag in real quick. Now, got to talk about a leader. So your leader size depends on really your scenario. Cleaner water, you want a longer leader. Dirtier water, you want a shorter. My personal, I like to go about, give or take, 2.5, 3 foot. So how I do it is I kind of just take my arm and stick it out, and that's my leader length. And then you can adjust as you need to, but that's a really good place to start. All right, so now we've got our leader line tied to our swivel. We're gonna set that aside for the moment. And here's our main line coming off our reel. So we're gonna start with our weight. All right, get our weight on there. Then we're gonna get, you got one of two options. You can put a noisemaker clacker, and all that does is goes between the weight and the bead and just kind of hits against it. Totally up to you. Some people like them, some people don't. I thought, why not? Can't hurt anything. So the bead does two things. One, it gives that noise, but more importantly, what it does is it protects that knot that you're gonna tie on here. All right, so now we've got, as we can see, we've got our weight, and we've got our clacker, we got our bead. Now, all we've got to do is take our main line and tie it to our leader. So we're going to tie it to the swivel. All right. Now we've got almost our rig done. We've got our weight. We've got it down here, as you can see. Weight, our clacker. We got our bead. Our bead is really there to protect that knot so that weight's not banging against it, causing issues. And so when you throw it, this weight is going to drag on the bottom, and then what will happen is, here's our leader. That leader is going to float behind it. So as that weight comes through, makes a commotion, going to get the fish's attention, and then all of a sudden come slowly floating by will be your worm or your crawl. So we'll get our hook on here real quick. On the hook, I like to tie a Palomar on this as well. There is our hook. We can see here. Going to make our loop again. Like that. I'll bring this tag in through here, and we're going to run down through here, grab our hook. I'm going to pull all that tight. Get you over there. Now, cut off our tag in. Okay, now, here's our Carolina rig. We've got her set up. That goes down to a leader with our hook. Now, the last piece, you got a couple options. One, you can throw a crawl type bait, which looks like this. Again, this is the Missile Baits D-Bomb. This is actually the baby D-Bomb, the smaller one. Got some appendages, got you a flap. We got a local company here out of Tennessee called Torrent Outdoors. They make a really cool product, and it is a straight tail worm that has got the ribs on it and gives a little action here at the tail. This is a great Carolina rig bait. Make sure you check them out. And then another one that I really, really like a bunch is from Missile Baits. Huge fan of Missile Baits, super soft, is their quiver. This is the 6.5-inch quiver. It gives you that straight worm presentation, and then you got this tail here at the end that kind of just, as it moves through the water, really good and shake. So worms, great when it's cold, great when the bite's real finicky. You can 6.5. You can even downsize to a 4-inch, a 3-inch. It doesn't matter, whatever you need to get bit. And if you drop down your plastic, make sure you drop down your hook size. And to finish out your Carolina rig, you're going to take your soft plastic, and this is a offset wide gap hook. You run it through right to where that hook starts to bend. All right, then you're going to take it and push it out, and you're going to just keep threading it on up till you get to this right here at this little turn. So what happens is you just keep pushing your worm, run it all the way through, and then make that turn. And what happens, your hook, see a little bend right there, that actually holds this piece of soft plastic on your hook. That's why that bend is so important, to get your bait up past it. Then what you'll do is you'll look and see, okay, here's where, this is how I do it anyway, here's where the hook needs to go in the soft plastic, basically the bottom of this hook. So I'll kind of pinch it there, and then push it right through, come straight out the top. Got that? How it looks. And then from there, just keep threading it down. And what you want to do to make this completely weedless is you just want to barely skin hook top of that hook into your soft plastic. Now, as you drag it through rocks, weeds, whatever, completely weedless. And all you're doing, again, is burying that hook tip directly into your soft plastic. Something really important when it comes to worms, you want to make sure it's completely straight. And there's your finished product. So where you want to throw a Carolina rig is, great thing about them is that you got so much weight. If you're fishing from the bank or you're fishing from a pier, you're able to get this further than any other lure that you're going to throw, just because it's so much weight. So now you're going to get out deeper, and more importantly, you're going to get out to where other bank fishermen or other people that have been on the pier fishing, you can get somewhere that no one else has been able to get to. So it's a really great tool to give you opportunities to explore new water. So again, Jason Holland with Jason Holland Fishing, thanks for the TWRA for the opportunity to come along, give you guys some real secrets on the Carolina rig. Thank you.
Oh, it is a good one too.
Don't lose it. Fishing often gets overlooked this time of year. The leaves have changed, the temperature's dropping, people are talking about deer hunting, duck hunting, but if you get a warm day, the fishing can be really good. If it starts pulling drag, don't reel when it's pulling drag.
Okay. Oh, yep, it broke. It's kind of out in nowhere, and it's surrounded by beautiful scenery and trees, and the lake's beautiful, and the fish are plentiful if you can catch them.
Channel catch, Bedford Lake, one of the finest lakes I know of. Love it.
Awesome.
This one, like I say, is 25 and a half. I catch 4 or 5 a week like this, and I return most of them to this beautiful water. This is wonderful out here, especially this time of the year.
Awesome. Why this time of year?
The water's cooling off, and if you love nature like I do, the beautiful leaves.
In the wintertime, everything slows down. If you're fishing with artificial baits, you've got to slow that presentation down for the fish. If you're fishing with cut bait or worms or live bait, your presentation's already slow. So it takes a little bit of patience, but when that fish does bite, it gets exciting.
Ooh, nice fish.
There's a lot of opportunity in Tennessee. We've got major reservoirs, we've got smaller impoundments like here at Williamsport Lake, one of the TWRA lakes, and there's rivers and streams everywhere. It doesn't matter where you go, it's just the fact that the opportunity is there. Find a place near you, go to tnwildlife.org and go to our boating and fishing access page, and you should find a map there that will give you different locations that you can navigate to. He's gonna get me tangled up. Hey, come on here. What we got? What we got? We got us a little Cherokee bass. Ha ha! Yeah! Look at that. Hey, 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 hey. It doesn't take a whole lot to get into this. This is a small rod, a Zebco 33 spin cast rod. Doesn't cost a whole lot, maybe $15. And then I've got a small tackle box with a few hooks and sinkers and some floats. And it's just an easy way to go out and have a good time outdoors on a pretty day in the winter.
Coaxing. Come, we're almost there. I fished in multiple states, the ocean, Great Lakes. I like it out here. It's quiet, and even though it's a family fishing lake, there's not as many people out here as you would generally find at Percy Priest and whatnot.
It's a good fish. What do you think?
The fishing for me was exciting. I caught bigger and better fish than I usually catch, so it was fun. Let go of my finger.
Yeah.
Oh, he's in
Oh, he's a little
Little
sun
bluegill.
perch. Oh, is it a bluegill? I've just taken up fishing again in the last year, or the last, 7 months. And I'm really interested in it, and I'm not very good at it, but that doesn't mean I'm not gonna keep trying. It's a little one.
So if you find a good day this winter, take some time, get outdoors, wet a line, and enjoy some fishing.
Hey, I'm Jamie Fedderson, TWRA's Migratory Game Bird Program Leader. Did you know that Tennessee winters about 25 to 30,000 sandhill cranes every year? Sandhill cranes are a bird that's native to North America. There's several different populations. Some of them migrate, some of them don't. The ones that come through Tennessee are the migratory population. These birds live a long time. They can live 20 plus years. They're monogamous and they generally mate for life. The female will lay 2 eggs, but they generally only raise 1 of the colts to fledging, and both parents care for that young. These birds are omnivores. They eat a wide variety of food, plants, grains, invertebrates. They'll eat frogs, fish, snakes. They use uplands, they use wetlands, so they're a pretty versatile bird. Every year, about the 3rd weekend of January, TWRA hosts a Sandhill Crane Festival in Birchwood, Tennessee. I'd encourage you all to go out there and enjoy that festival. It's a really good time, and just get out and enjoy these birds and enjoy Tennessee's wildlife.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We'll see you next time. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is produced by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency.
Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun. Care enough to be the keeper of the dream. This legacy.
Hi, I'm Tracy Lawrence, just letting you know that the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency supports itself and manages all of the state's wildlife with the dollars invested by hunters and fishermen when they buy licenses. If you've never bought a license, but appreciate the abundant wildlife we enjoy in this state, I encourage you to do it. Start with the Type 01. It's a great investment in Tennessee wildlife. Learn more at tnwildlife.org.
Buy your license today at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
I'll tell you later. Good evening. My name is Leanne Carmack, and I will serve as the moderator for this evening's candidate forum. This forum is co-sponsored, like we said, by the League of Women Voters, Rutherford County, and the City of LaVergne. It is my pleasure to welcome both our audience here live at City Hall, as well as our viewers at home who are watching the program. Please know that as a moderator, I am not publicly affiliated with any candidate or party. We have to say that. And before introducing the candidates, I'd like to outline the procedure we're going to follow tonight. At the beginning, each of you will be given 2 minutes to make an opening statement. Then I will be drawing from a list of questions that have been submitted by public LaVergne residents, and some of those have been included in this batch, and some of them probably didn't make the cut. They were reviewed by the League of Women Voters. I want to thank all of the candidates for their gracious acceptance of our invitation to participate. And once you have your 2-minute opening statement, I'll ask these questions and you'll have 1 minute to respond. Please keep an eye on our timekeeper. Speaking first, we're going to go to Mr. Jason Cole. Please start with your 2-minute opening statement.
Good evening. My name is Jason Cole. I'm the current mayor for the city of LaVergne. First, I would like to thank the League of Women Voters for having this forum, as well as the audience for being here and participating. I am someone who has been in this community a long time. My parents built a house roughly 30 years ago, and I spent my teenage years here. When my wife and I got married, we bought our first house here, and we have 2 children, Desmond and Carly, who attend local schools. My wife is a school teacher, and I got involved. I started showing up to meetings and learning about this community, and then volunteering for boards, and then I ran for alderman. And being an alderman, I learned how the city works in different processes and helped to make change. And then I ran for mayor. And over the last 4 years, we've made significant strides, even through a pandemic, to make LaVergne better for everyone. So for me, that's who I am. I'm a father, I'm a husband, and I'm here to help everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mednick, your opening statement, please.
Hi, good evening. I wanted to thank Jason Cole for hosting the event, as well as Bobby and the League of Women Voters. I've served over half my life with 31 years of active service in the Army as an Army aviator. I retired with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, and now I have an opportunity to serve my community. As mayor, I pledge not to take a salary for my personal gain, but instead will donate the mayor's salary towards infrastructure projects. As many folks are aware, sidewalks, crosswalks, and road maintenance, especially the first 2, are very important to me. Sidewalks and crosswalks and road maintenance. I also pledge to the people of LaVergne to not vote for any changes residential zoning from low-density R1 to high-density R3. I will lead by the will of the people. I will also hold town hall meetings to provide an opportunity for the people to voice their opinion. Additionally, I'd like to create a citizens advisory panel to provide input and a voice for the people, from the people to the mayor and to the aldermen before major decisions are made. For example, the residential zoning changes we have all experienced. Again, I will not take a salary while I'm in office and look forward to serving the people of LaVergne as your mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Our third candidate, Mr. John Rutledge, your 2 minutes begins.
Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for showing up. Thank you for the League of Women Voters for having us here today. I'm a longtime resident here. Family moved here in 1976. Attended LaVergne Primary. Went to Roy Waldron Junior High School. At that time, it was the Lakers. Graduated in 93 from LaVergne High School. Lived here, worked in this community for a little while. 2011, I joined the LaVergne Fire Department as when it was still a private service, owned by James Gafford. Worked there till 2020, December of 2020. So I went through all the way through the city, buying the fire department and through that whole process. Paramedic through the state of Tennessee, currently work for the Nashville Fire Department. Graduated top student in my class at 45 years of age. Shows that I want to work I want to give you what I got. I also graduated with honors in applied science degree in paramedicine. You know, this is a little difficult for me because I have memories up here. So, family served in this community for a long time, and I have served in this community for a long time. And I want to continue that. I want to serve you. That's why I'm here. I'm honored that citizens have asked me to do this. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll begin our first question with Mr. Mednick. Here we go. What do you feel is the main responsibility of the mayor in LaVergne?
Well, I want to make a difference to my community and the experiences to make, and I have the experiences to make the substantive changes. I'm not a politician. I do not want to be a politician, and I want to represent the people and act on what the people want. Thank you.
Thank you. Same question, Mr. Rutledge.
The main responsibility for the mayor is representing the citizens, nothing more. Representing the employees and nothing more. You know, providing a vision to our administrations and letting them push forward and get everything done instead of us pointing and telling people to do it themselves. So give people leadership.
Thank you. Same question, Mayor Cole.
The main responsibility for the mayor is to represent the city as a whole and to push for the city as a whole to be a better place. At the same time, the city needs a vision, and that's what the mayor is there to set a vision, set a direction, and to set those guideposts so that the city administrators, the staff directors can take that and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 2, remember we have a 1-minute limit, and this one will start with Mr. Rutledge. How should elected officials use social media to hear from and to communicate with constituents?
So social media is a great tool. It gets information out to a mass group of people very quickly. The problem is that there's also people that don't use it properly. And so I would like to see us, you know, get a more of a streamlined effect, and city officials shouldn't be managing pages and blocking and silencing people's voices, and let nonpartisan people do that and manage those sites, especially when you're trying to get stuff through to the citizens. Even if you don't agree with what they've got to say, they still have a voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cole, same question, use of social media to communicate with constituents.
Well, social media is a communication tool, and so it is there to communicate information out to residents. So we should be using that in every facet, whether it's Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, any of our social networks as it changes and progresses. That needs to be getting information out there. City pages are managed by city staff, not by any elected official. So there is no blocking of city pages. But at the same time, there are multiple community groups out there that get information out to residents in a meaningful way. And so those tools should exist, and if it helps to get news and information out there, it absolutely should continue.
Thank you. Mr. Mednick, same question, social media, constituents.
Thank you. We're in the information age era, and I believe social media should be utilized. Everything the board or alderman and the mayor does should be transparent to all the citizens of LaVergne and for the people who elected us. Thank you.
Thank you. Third question, we're going to start with Mr. Cole. Here we go. Crime prevention is an important city issue. Please share with us how you plan on addressing this issue, taking into consideration what has been recommended by the residents.
Well, crime prevention is a very big portion, and one of the big things coming in as mayor that was missing and clamored for by our residents was community policing. So when we moved with our new police chief, Chief Davis, that was the vision and the mindset that we've moved to is community policing, having our police officers get to know the community that they're working through and vice versa, so that people don't just see police and are standoffish to them. They know them. They're friends, their colleagues, and they can work with them. So that's one of the ways that we can do crime prevention is have the police in the community and well known so that they can work together to prevent crime. We've seen it already. 16% crime has gone down.
Thank you. Same question, Mr. Mednick, crime prevention, and would you support what the residents have recommended?
Okay. I also applaud our police chief, Chip Davis, what he's accomplished in his employment thus far. Under his leadership, the perception of LPD is a positive one. LPD is viable and is very prevalent in and around the community. According to NeighborhoodScout.com, we attained a score of 27%. This means we are safer than 27% of other U.S. cities. Our violent crime rate is 4.83 out of 1,000 residents. Our property crime rate is 15.99 out of 1,000 residents. LaVergne is hiring new officers and recently increased the salaries in order for LaVergne to become more competitive in hiring the officers and, more importantly, retaining the officers. We should also seek additional support from the Sheriff's Department. We're all paying our county taxes, and how many folks have seen a sheriff's vehicle in and around our vehicles or in and around our neighborhoods? So we should see a presence. Neighborhood Crime Watch has shown to be an effective tool in combating crime. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rutledge, crime prevention.
So working alongside the LaVergne Police Department, they all do a wonderful job. Chip Davis has stepped in and done an excellent job, and I'm so proud of him for that. But those guys can only do so much, you know, being boots on the street. That's where we got to be. And the best thing we can do for crime prevention is put police officers on the streets. You know, crime rate being down 16% during the COVID when everybody else's crime rate down in the whole state's down 16% kind of tells you something. But our national standards, we're still 20 officers short of what we should be in the city. So I think we get more officers on the street, then we start fixing and really bringing crime rate down.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Mr. Mednick, this one's for you, starting out. Do you think the office of mayor of LaVergne should be part-time or full-time? And why?
As long as we have a city manager, I think the position of the mayor could stay part-time. We have a population approaching 40,000 people. As long as it's part-time, I, for one, with the salary that the mayor gets, again, I would donate that towards infrastructure projects going towards sidewalks and crosswalks for the city. Thank you.
Same question, Mr. Rutledge.
Thank you. With our current budget, the way that we have for our city administrator, I think that's, you know, it's ill-advised to just do it on a whim. You know, citizen input on here would be great. I've talked to a couple citizens about this questions before I even knew it come up. I was kind of surprised by it because maybe it is something we go to, but I think adding two more aldermen to our board and making it a weak mayor government the way it's designed is a better option at this current time. And so we get the citizens back involved with more people, and we split the vote, and we get the weak mayor system the way it's supposed to be. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cole, same question.
I believe that the mayor position should be part-time. We have two qualified city administrators who have gone through expert training to get there. If you take that and you suddenly put that to a 4-year term elected position, you're going to have constant classes going over and over again to get those people exactly where they need to be. I think it should be part-time. I think that the mayor should stay in the community, and they should be able to hear from those people that they represent and find out what the problems are and move from there.
Thank you. That leads us right into more questions about communication. There seem to be several. Do you think transparency is an important goal for the office of mayor? If so, how would you achieve it? Mr. Rutledge.
I mean, thank you. But, I mean, my question is, I mean, how can transparency not be important? Like, this is the goal of us as leaders is that we are transparent and tell everybody what we're doing and showing them how we're doing it. And then how are we going to do that? Well, the very first thing about transparency is being open and honest. I mean, it takes courage to be honest to people. It's hard, especially when you're scared because you're going to tell somebody that something they don't want to hear. So we achieve that with integrity, being straightforward, honest, and firm with people. And you can add friendly in there too, won't hurt.
Thank you. Mr. Cole, same question. Transparency in the office of the mayor of LaVergne. How would you achieve that?
Transparency is an important goal, not just for the office of the mayor, but for the entire city. Since I've come in as mayor, we have started putting whole agendas online, both social media and the website. Of course, we have had for quite some time, we've had the YouTube channel. That information gets out to people. You can answer questions and go through that, all the different issues that are going on with people. You can talk. That's the biggest thing in this society that's missing is people sitting down and talking versus just saying, hey, I don't like you, I don't like your position, and moving on, and you're just a bad guy. Communication is a big part of transparency, and so that would be an important tool for everyone, for the city and for the mayor's office.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mednick, same question about transparency.
I'd take a page out of when I was stationed in the Pentagon. At the end of each meeting that we had, we would write up an executive summary and publish that. I would do that here in LaVergne as well. Upon each meeting, I would write up who attended and what was voted on and what was discussed, and I'd place that on social media as well. I would also, to add to Brother John over here, create not only just possibly a couple extra members for aldermen, but I would create a citizen advisory committee and have them also represent different areas of LaVergne and be able to provide input to the aldermen, to the mayor, to all the folks before major decisions are made. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, Mr. Cole, this is just a simple one. Do you support additional growth on South Waldron Road?
I support across the city, including South Waldron Road, smart development. We have been working through our zoning ordinance update, which is currently a 30-year out-of-date document, modernizing it, adding design standards across the city to raise those standards and add everything from lighting, landscaping, parking to do that. So yes, if it's planned out, you can't, in my opinion, I don't see how you tell property owners they can't develop their property if it's zoned correctly and they're building to code. If we take away one freedom, what other freedoms are we coming for next? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mednick, South
Thank you.
Waldron.
If elected, I serve the people of LaVergne, and I want to do what the people of LaVergne want to do. I support what the people want to do, but also want to ensure that it's also legal. If the people oppose such a new development, then I will support that, and I will not support a new development going in there. I also will support some of the things in the past where residential zoning had been changed from R3, which is high density. I would not support that. If it's R1, I would support keeping the R1 zoning at R1, which is low density. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rutledge, South Waldron.
Thank you. I support controlled growth. I support growth that makes our city thrive. As I agree with Mr. Cole, we don't determine if people have the right to build on their property and do what they want with it. What I don't agree with is forcing commercial into people's areas that, number one, don't want it, or forcing a PDR into an area where people don't want it. And so if it's controlled and it's well thought out and our infrastructure's in place, I think it makes us thrive. If it's not, and we force things on into situations that we're not ready for, I think it tears the community apart. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mednick, this one is for you. There's been a lot of talk here about uplifting the voice of the people to this role. How do you plan to stay in communication with your constituents?
Well, again, I like to use social media and the social media platforms that are available. So in addition to the social media, again, I would use the executive summaries and putting that out, but also each quarter I would hold a town hall meeting and give an opportunity for the mayor and just the citizens to be able to discuss what's on their mind and weigh those opinions and be able to move forward with an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rutledge, how would you stay in communication with your constituents?
I think the number one is just our regular activities that we already have in our meetings with our public forums. I also think that our Parks and Rec department do a great job at putting events on, being at those events as much as possible, and communicating with all the citizens that come out. I think that we should centralize some of our communication in the middle of maybe the website and have a central place for the citizens to have a complaint and have a way to get in there and address those. And then, there's nothing better than a face-to-face conversation with somebody, talking to them and hearing their voice as well as hearing my voice. So that's the best way to have that conversation, is face-to-face, in my opinion. So, and I'm willing and have always been willing to talk to as many people as I can and will for you guys. So thank you.
Thank you. Same question, Mr. Cole, staying in communication.
Well, it's not about just waiting for residents to come to meetings. You should be listening at meetings, but at the same time, board members should be out in the public. And that's one thing I do, is I have conversations with people, whether it's at the grocery store, out to eat, having donuts and coffee down at Dunkin' Donuts. You have to be out in the community. You have to understand what the community is wanting and what they're asking for. So that's part of this. We have tools online already where people can submit complaints, questions, codes, issues. They have that. They can track it and see it. But for our elected body, they should be out in the community, whether it's at events, whether it's just grocery shopping, talking to people if they have issues, and trying to help them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rutledge, this one is for you. What do you think is the number one issue facing the city of LaVergne in the next 5 years? And how would you address it?
I apologize. Uncontrolled growth. That's probably our biggest one. We have to control this thing. We got to get some infrastructures in place and stop what we're doing. We got to stop rezoning property that's not ready for multifamily dwellings. Piling stuff in. Be firm, be fair, and be friendly with all parties involved in that process as well. That's the number one. We got to decrease our debt by 24%. Pretty easy. I was taught early on in life, if you ain't got the money, don't spend it. And so, our debt has increased by 24% from the past private administrations. So we've got to slow that down. We've got to slow it down fast.
Thank you. Mr. Cole?
So growth is going to be the number one issue, and it is controlled through Planning Commission. How it comes in, that's what we need to determine, where it comes in. At the same time, infrastructure is part of that, whether it's the widening of Waldron Road, whether it's the engineering for widening on Old Nashville that's going on, or the work that we're doing on Fergus to widen it and address that curve, as well as possibly realign Sand Hill. So you need to have that in place. At the same time, you have to modernize your zoning. If you don't do that, which is something we're doing and we've been working on through our land use and our zoning ordinance, to update that and modernize that. 30-year-old plans for the city don't need to just be sitting there. We need to be sitting and modernizing all of this and make it for today and for the next 10, 15 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mednick?
I'm going to become known as Mr. Sidewalk. Again, the safety, in my opinion, of our citizens is paramount. I've been a Tennessee resident since '86 and a resident of LaVergne for almost 10 years. We ask developers and contractors to build and construct sidewalks, but during my tenure here, my family's tenure here, up to this time, I've not seen LaVergne connect to any of these sidewalks that we've asked developers and contractors to put in. So to me, is to put as many sidewalks in using grants, using taxpayer money, what have you, and trying to get them along Stones River Road, coordinating with the federal department, and ensuring that everybody has some interconnectivity to walk on a sidewalk and also walk to town if they choose to do so. So crosswalks, sidewalks, I think is the important issue. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is going to be for Mr. Cole. And what are the central challenges? Goes back to a question that's brought up earlier. What were the central challenges of the city of LaVergne in aligning the tax revenues with the expenditures that are being made? How would you align that?
Well, it's currently aligned. Under state law, we pass a balanced budget, and that's posted online on the city's website. We have been blessed over the last 4 years that we keep seeing year-over-year increased sales tax revenue, which is in large part due to our economic development team. So the central issues with aligning those is making sure that we're putting our needs ahead of our wants and making sure that we're prioritizing our spending and doing it in a meaningful way that we're covering what we need to, whether it's additional police, additional vehicles, a new pumper, which we just put in an MOU for. There's multiple things, whether it's road improvements. You have to prioritize those and then go from there. And you work with all the departments to do so.
Thank you. Mr. Mednick, same thing, aligning tax revenues with expenditures.
Okay. Additionally to what Mr. Cole had brought up, our prioritization should be given to the one or two items that's important for all of LaVergne. And the budget should be in line with these priorities without raising the taxes. I do understand we can apply for grants, and we've done so in the past, for example, constructing the dog park and a future grant that we have for constructing sidewalks along Murfreesboro Road. Expenditures must reflect the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rutledge,
Thank you.
tax revenues with expenditures, alignment.
So the first thing we got to do is got to stop wasteful spending. You know, we waste $125,000 over budget for a dog park. We build fish ponds next to a lake. We can't waste money like that. Those projects alone are able to fund at least one or two, maybe fire or police personnel. Clearly, we need those people on the streets. Neither one of them meet a national average where we're supposed to be or should be trying to obtain. How do we get there? We use the paid professionals that we pay on a daily basis to do that. Those fine people that work for the city, those department heads, are very educated and know what they're doing. We support them, we guide them, we give them the tools that they need to line that budget where we note it, so we can buy the pumpers and stuff and not have to worry and say, because it's going to go out of date anyways. You're buying it whether you want to or not. So stop wasteful spending is the number one key. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mednick, this one's going to go to you. What would you say to encourage newly eligible voters to vote, and why is this election important?
I would say the same thing to the young folks as I also have told my son and my daughter as they're growing up. I see a lot of young folks complain, and then when I ask a question, if you're involved in the community, no. I ask a question, did you vote in the last election? No. So for the young folks that have issues or they have important opinions, they need to vote. It's a privilege to vote, not a right. It's a privilege to vote, and the young folks should vote and have a voice in the community that they live in. Thank you.
Thank you. Same question, Mr. Rutledge.
Thank you. I would urge them to understand what he just said, that, Mr. Megan, that thank you for your service, by the way, because you are the reason that these young people get to vote. And let them know that they matter. right? A lot of young kids, especially in politics, they think that their voice doesn't matter. They don't think that they're heard. And we got to let them know that their voice matters. They matter. They are missing great opportunities to provide a lot of good things to this community. And we got to communicate them and let them be informed and let them know that they matter. Thank you.
Same question, Mr. Cole.
What I would say to them is, this is your community. This is the community that you live in, and you can have a say in the direction of that community. If you don't like the way it's going, you can come in and you can vote how you want to make sure it reflects your values and how you feel. So absolutely, your voice counts. Voting is a privilege, and it's something that everyone should be doing with every election. They should be informed, and they should get to know the candidates to know where they're at and what they stand for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, Mr. Rutledge. Why are you running for mayor?
So, to provide the citizens with a candidate that is honest, promotes reasonable spending, conservative spending, supports our first responders with staffing shortages, and improve their retentions through training and that these citizens know that our priorities are their safety and their well-being is our first priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cole.
I'm running to make LaVergne better for everyone. At one point, my family had 4 generations living here in LaVergne, whether it was my grandmother who was in her 90s to my children who at that time were still in single digits. I want to make this city a better place for everyone. We have so much potential. We really do. And we just have to take action on it. Too long have we sat around and we've just kicked the can down the road on different items or said, hey, we're just going to do this later. It's not a priority. And we need to make those big steps forward. The city, I've said before, can be that shining city on a hill if we choose, but we have to choose to do that. So I'm running to make LaVergne better for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mednick.
I served the nation for 31 years, and now I have an opportunity to serve the community that I live in. The perception for many individuals, as I got out and talked to folks over the summertime, is that the growth is coming at an expense to the quality of life and our infrastructure. We build first, and then we depend on an aging infrastructure to support the increases. We placed additional requirements on developers and contractors to incorporate sidewalks into their plans, but to date, LaVergne is not connected or added on any of the sidewalks. Crosswalks, the ones that are painted with no signage, are also barely legible today in many places. I'll make sidewalks and crosswalks a priority during my tenure to ensure all of us are able to transit safely. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question. What would you propose to ensure more racial diversity in the LaVergne Police Department management positions? We'll start with you, Mr. Cole.
Well, as mayor, I hired Rutherford County's first African-American police chief. That's one step forward. But for me, we have to have diversity, and we should be reflecting our community. So we have the most diverse community in all of Rutherford County. So as a result, our police department is mirroring that. So if you look, we now have officers that speak Spanish, Cambodian, Arabic, which is something that's not the norm. You go to other departments, they don't have that. Our department is very diverse. You've got, whether it's people of Asian descent, African American, Hispanic, Caucasian, it doesn't matter what their background is. They're coming here and they're realizing they want to represent this community. And many are coming in that live here. So they're part of the community and they're representing that diversity.
Thank you. Mr. Mednick, more racial diversity in the LaVergne Police Department.
Okay. Well, again, coming from the military, in this country, that is the most diverse population on the planet. I support racial diversity. However, it needs to be organized. It needs to come naturally. If we have 10 folks that are applying for a position, regardless of race, regardless of color, regardless of creed, it needs to be the most qualified individual. So the recruiting efforts that the city can do could be increased and look for higher quality individuals, but it should go to the most qualified. And that's how it's done in the military for promotion. Whether you're black, white, blue, green, it comes to the most qualified individual, and it should be natural. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rutledge, same question. Diversity in the police force management.
Thank you. Well, I'm not sure that we can get any more diverse in this current department that we already have. Chip Davis is doing a great job, as well as his whole command staff. I've worked beside these folks, these fine men and women, and have supported them to the utmost, working beside them. If not, I probably wouldn't have laid my life on the line for one of the most diverse people in the department. So I don't know that I could not support them any more than I already have or will. And we are going to get the most qualified people to serve this city and let them do their jobs.
Thank you. Okay, we've had a lot of talk about face-to-face communication, and this question obviously comes from the city of LaVergne somewhere, a constituent. Do you think city employees should be evaluated on how they treat the customers and clients of the city? And this goes to you, Mr. Mednick.
Absolutely. One of the evaluation criteria that I experienced over 3 decades in the military is there's many facets, and one of those is communication and interrelational skills between your subordinates, your peers, and your superiors. So I believe that additionally, many professions across our great country are people that get evaluated on how they connect with people. Officers and non-commissioned officers, as I said, they're evaluated each and every year on their efficiency reports with how well they communicate, in addition to a myriad of many other facets. Adding the evaluation criteria to the city's employees could also change someone's negative behavior for the better. And you'll have a better employee serving the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rutledge, same question. Should city employees be evaluated on how they treat their customers?
Thank you. Absolutely. Like we should be a customer service based organization or city, right? We treat people the way we want to be treated, and we give them a service. We are providing a service for the city of LaVergne to these residents, and so we treat them that way and make people smile. When they're mad, you make them smile. You smile. Let them be mad. It's not, there's a miscommunication. There's something wrong. It's okay. But we do not have to retaliate. We don't have to be mean to people. We just explain facts. Now, we support that, right? We as the leaders support our citizens as well as our employees, that if they're doing the right thing, there's going to be common ground found. So, absolutely.
Thank you. Same question, Mr. Cole.
Yes, ma'am, I do think that that should be part of it, and it is, to my knowledge, already included with their performance review, which is something new to the city. Before I came in as mayor, we weren't doing yearly performance reviews. Typically, as an employee, you're going to hear whenever there's a problem, whenever you're in trouble. You don't hear as far as when you're doing things right. We don't hear as far as career planning or trying to develop people. So that's part of their performance review. And so, yes, it is part of it, should be part of it, and we have many customer-facing portions, but there's also interpersonal as far as both interdepartmental as well as external clients that aren't necessarily residents, but they're customers of the city. So, yes.
Thank you. Okay, this is going to be our last question, and let me remind you that each of you will have 2 minutes to answer this last question. So, Mr. Rutledge, what makes you the candidate to vote for?
It's my home roots. I'm rooted here. I understand the struggles of this community. I've seen it my whole life. I've watched Murfreesboro Road turn from two red lights to this 4-lane busy road. It's got its struggles, and I think that I'm very capable through hundreds of hours of leadership training, management training, first responder training to get this where it needs to be and make us a lot more thriving of a city. And so I can only ask for your vote. I can only let you know that you may not like some things that I say, but I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to shoot you straight. I haven't lied to anybody in this room. I can see you all. I've talked to many of you. And that's what you're going to get from me. And we're going to fix it. And we're going to see eye to eye, and we're going to work it out. And that's the biggest thing, is having common goals. And when we don't have those common goals, we can take two different goals and still thrive and make things work. And it's not one-sided. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Cole, what makes you the candidate to vote for? You have 2 minutes.
Well, as the incumbent, I have the training and expertise. I've got over 193 hours of MTOS training. I'm the only board member that has gone through the Local Leadership Institute through the University of Tennessee, which is an invitation-only program. I have served in this role for 4 years, served as alderman for 2 years, and I've set forth a vision for this city. We've been working through codes to clean up Murfreesboro Road, clean up different residential areas, bring in new commercials such as BJ's Wholesale, which announced LaVergne as their first in the state of Tennessee location, bringing in businesses like Pop Shelf, Sherman-Williams, and others. And you have to have a vision and set that forth for this city. You have to work with people, whether you agree with them, whether you don't agree with them. Many times when you disagree, you're actually going to get a better product as a whole for our residents, because you can find middle ground there. And that's what we've been doing. So for me, I have a vision. We've been moving the city forward. And I think that's why that makes me the candidate to vote for. I'm come here with corporate experience. I've worked in private industry my whole life in healthcare and have managed whole teams of people. Now, as city mayor, I've been working with department heads, and we have over 200 employees. We're a growing city, and we need someone who will set that path and move this city forward so that it's better for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Mednick, why
Thank
are
you.
you the person to vote for?
Well, again, as mayor, I pledge not to take a salary and put the money towards infrastructure projects. I stand by my commitment to the citizens of LaVergne. For example, in the past, when some of the zoning changes went from from R1 to R3, from low density to high density, I'm going to support what the citizens want to do. I want to have town hall meetings each quarter and have an opportunity to discuss all the issues and hear the concerns of the citizens. I also would like to have a citizen advisory committee to provide an additional voice to the mayor and the aldermen and to anyone else within the administration before major decisions are made. And the number one and two, again, are the sidewalks and the crosswalks. We're approaching 40,000 folks here in the city, and we're extremely lagging behind on the safety of not only our adults, but the kids. There's been time and time again, as I transit along Stones River Road, where kids are on the side with the guardrail and the speed limit is 35 miles an hour, and the children are walking along cars that are going 50 or 55 miles an hour. And then I call somebody in the police department, or I let the crossing guard know when it's school time, and then they come and they luckily pick up the child and bring the child to where they need to go. So I think safety is paramount. And again, the town hall meetings, communicating with the folks, social media, and I take it all very seriously, as I did during my tenure in the military. So I'd love to have your vote and look forward to the future of LaVergne. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, on behalf of the League of Women Voters and the City of LaVergne, I want to thank all the candidates for your participation. Very, very much appreciated. I also want to thank the City Administrator, Bruce Richardson, and Channel 3 Station Manager, Jerry Davenport, and Public Information Officer Ann Smith for their help in presenting this program on LaVergne Television Channel 3 and making it available on the LaVergne website and social media networks. Just a reminder, early voting began today and runs through November 3rd. If any of you have a chance, we have early convenience center voting in Rutherford County, which is really a luxury. You can vote at any early voting station that is convenient to you. So we encourage you to do that. And if you want any more details about the election, we encourage you to go to election.rutherfordcountytn.gov. Please exercise this very important right to determine who will be LaVergne's next mayor. Remember, your vote counts. May we close with a round of applause for all the candidates.
like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission, September 27th, 2022 at 6 p.m. regular meeting. We do have a quorum. First item of business is to approve the meeting minutes from the August 30th, 2022 public hearing and regular meeting.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve the public hearing, sir?
To approve both the minutes and the public hearing.
We have a motion to approve both. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes. Items number 1 through 5 under old business have all deferred. Is that correct, Mr. Logan?
The retail complex that would be across the street, the former car wash, they are out of deferrals, and some of y'all may know, we've been trying to contact them quite a while, so they have run out of time and run out of deferrals, so there'll need to be a vote on that item tonight.
Item number 3, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, so item number 3, site plan, Deuce Retail Center building totaling 4,200 square feet on 1.28 acres requested by Chet Rhodes, property located at 5130 Murfreesboro Road, tax map 15M, Group A, Parcel 1, C2 Highway Service Commercial Zoning District, property owned by TN Group Properties, LLC. Mr. Logan.
Do you want to call for representation, or do you want me to go through the project?
Please.
Go ahead. Okay. Those slides have been removed because, so it's the report is what you've got.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, with the applicant not supplying the information that's required by the staff and by the Planning Commission and not attending for the last 3 meetings, I'll make a motion to deny as submitted.
We have a motion to deny as submitted. Do we have a second? We have a second by Mayor Cole. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. So items number 4 and 5 are deferred as well, Mr. Logan?
Yes, sir.
So on to item number 6, first item under new business. Preliminary plat Arbor Ridge, sections 1, 2, and 3, 95 lots on approximately 32 acres requested by SEC. Property located on Waldron Road, tax map 32, parcel 4, PDR Planned Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by BRS Development. Mr. Logan.
So this is the preliminary plat request for Arbor Ridge, sections 1, 2, and 3. And you can see here on the screen, this large area in the middle of the screen is, this is the 214 acres that comprises most of the development. So zooming in a little closer, you can see, again, this blue line is the boundary. That's the boundary for the whole project. So of course, these are just sections 1, 2, and 3. So on the zoning map, the orange color designates the low-density residential area, which is R1. And you can see this entire tract has the R1 base, the PDR R1 base. And photos for the property. So this is the intersection of Waldron Road and Lake Road. So these 3 sections are just, if you line up the center line here, it'd be this area to the left. And the next photo would be if you're taking a right turn to go south on Waldron toward Rock Springs. So this is the S-curve, of course. And this is all part of Arbor Ridge too, just not these sections. There'll be latter phases. So this slide shows the overall development, and then the bold lines denote the 3 sections tonight that are on the agenda. So you can see the lot arrangement and the street arrangement. Basically, there's 2 large cul-de-sacs, or not large, but fairly large. So you can see this Snowdrop Avenue basically makes an arc around the development. And then, of course, you can see here closer to Waldron would be much further in the future. That's section 12. But anyway, these sections here, probably remember those from 2 weeks ago at the workshop. So it's a total of 95 lots, and this is approximately 32 acres. Again, the section here bounded by Blair and Waldron is about 214 acres, so this is 32 acres of that 214. And these phases are all single-family development, and I believe there were no technical comments 2 weeks ago at the workshop, no staff comments. So I don't see that there's any that have changed since then. So that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any questions or comments from the board?
I only have one question for staff. This does not, from the PDR that was submitted to the Planning Commission and it was approved by the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, this is not phase 1, 2, and 3. This is phases 2, 3, and 4. So phase 1 was supposed to be all the way to the right-hand side of this property, if you're looking at it from this angle. So I'm just curious that, I thought was the purpose of the PDR was to follow it.
The discussion last year with the same plat that was approved was them just renumbering. They're doing the center portion first so that they can establish the connection piece as a whole. And that way, whenever we're doing the road widening, there's a bypass through this so that that section of Waldron can be widened.
So you're telling me that was what was approved by BOMA?
That was what was
'Cause that's not-
discussed here at the
that's
Planning
not-
Commission. The phasing.
That's not what I have in the book that
But
I
the
have. right
phasing
here.
isn't part of BOMA's approval.
So let's ask our developer as well. If you wouldn't mind, state your name and address for the record and just kind of touch on the logistics of that.
John Weiner with SEC, 850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard, Murfreesboro. It's basically everything that Mayor Cole had said. Typically, the phasing plan on the pattern book is, at the time, the best approximation of phasing, but it is subject to change with.
Well, that's funny because that how it was explained to me is the PDR was the PDR. That's the reason we did it, and it was set by that. So that's the only question I had. If nobody has anything of other than questions have been answered for me. Thank you.
Yeah, the PDR is the zone, and that's sets all the rules in the
Not
zone.
design standards or anything else, right?
So
we're done.
Alderman. So I'd say in conjunction with our codes department is how they came to the determination that that would be the best route
Correct.
to go for the traffic pattern once the road has been widened.
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, a couple of questions, please.
Please, sir, Alderman.
So did staff, did you get the digital PDF? Because that was one of the things that was outstanding, that get submitted?
That's done, yeah.
Anyway. And then from notes, we were discussing on the amenity center, you know, when, at what point would you be doing that? And you didn't have an answer for me at the workshop. Do you have any comments on that, if you would, please?
Yes, it is in the pattern book. All amenity center, or all amenity areas are to be recorded with the phase that they are in and completed prior to 50% build out of said phase.
Okay, so you're going to adhere to that when you're doing this then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I just had one. Does this have to have a mail kiosk?
Yes.
Is it shown on here? And I could be missing it because there's some little things that I can't tell what they are on a couple of these lots.
When we get to the digital, it'll be easier on us.
No, it's not shown on here currently.
I mean, would it shift around based on the phases? Would there be more than one? How does that work?
We'll have to coordinate with the Postal Service. Typically, they'll only allow one per development unless there's a significant division in the development. By division, it's typically a stream or a major thoroughfare road. So potentially there could be two, but I would say that there's only going to be one for the development.
So it would need to go here then?
Yes.
In this phase?
Yes.
Or one of these 3 phases that are going to be done?
They will allow it temporary locations until a permanent can be established.
So you'd just put it on one of these empty lots that you wouldn't be developing right now?
Correct.
Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
Motion to accept is submitted. Do I have a second?
Second.
Do I have a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No by Mr. Rutledge?
No, because it doesn't match the VDR that was given to me.
Thank you, sir. Motion passes. Next item. Item number 7. Site plan, Palm Commodities, addition of 32 parking spaces on 4.11 acres requested by GMC, property located at 1289 Bridgestone Parkway, tax map 17, parcel 28.04, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Fiji Strategic Realty Investors, LLC. Mr. Logan.
So this request from Palm Commodities is for site plan approval for the parking improvements on this parcel. You remember from last week or at the workshop, so there's 2 site plans, one for the parking improvements, another for the building addition. So this lot is sandwiched between Howell Quaker and Bridgestone Parkway. And zooming in, you can see the existing building and the existing parking and loading docks on the southwest side too of the building. So on this zoning map, the dark blue is I-2, which is heavy industrial zoning. So this entire area, all of these streets and surrounding area are all zoned heavy industrial. So this is the site plan from the workshop. And then this is, you might see a very little difference. If you look right where I'm pointing with the red, you'll see that they've extended that footprint of the building addition, and they've added a note 20 in the center. That note 20 goes to the notes in your legend and just says that the design of the building is by others. So again, going back to that 2 site plan model for this project. So this is just the park improvements, and they've essentially grayed out anything dealing with the building. So that's really the only change from 2 weeks ago on their site plan to this one. So this addition is going to add 32 spaces, and the parcel is roughly 4 acres. The existing building on the site is 62,800 square feet approximately, and this site is not in an overlay district. And all of the technical comments from the workshop have been addressed, so that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you.
There was one other exception on this one, is the sidewalk requirement. So I know on one of them it was mentioned to do fee in lieu, on the other it was to mention to do the sidewalks. Working with the design engineers on both, they pointed out they fall under an exception that we do have that, I can't remember the percentage off the top of my head, but the building does not meet the percentage that would be required to trigger the sidewalk requirement.
10%.
So they're exempt from that.
Okay. And do we have a representative here for this project this evening? Please come to the podium. State your name and address for the record, sir.
My name is Ram Sarathi. I'm from Palm Commodities.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Questions or comments from the board? Mayor, do you have a question on this?
Yeah, the entrances, what are those sizes now?
Sorry?
What are the sizes for the entrances now after the workshop? 'Cause I thought we discussed widening them.
So, just 1 second. So he's the developer for the other project, so he's part of that.
The other side.
With the other side? Okay.
So this is for the other side, right?
Yeah, I think so. Hi, Nathan Melson with Civil Infrastructure Associates, 307 Hickerson Drive in Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
Thank you, sir.
And so, yeah, so we're, our scope is primarily responsible for the building on the rear of the site. And with regard, I guess, to the question for driveways on that side, so if you're looking at the plan on the bottom left-hand corner, southern corner of the site, the existing driveway is about 33 feet in width. There is space to widen it up to 40 feet. It wasn't really necessary. I did a truck turning analysis for an interstate semi, and the existing driveway was able to handle it, but I understand we would like to have a wider driveway for those traffic and don't want to have any damage to the public road if there happens to be just some issues turning in. We also checked, now the other driveway on the site, on the rear of the site that connects to Hill Quaker, it's approximately 24.8 feet. We did the truck turning analysis just on that southern driveway, and you're able to get a semi in, dock it, and then come back out without having to use that other driveway. And so we're not proposing any changes because that driveway is primarily used for to refill one of the oxygen tanks that's in the upper left-hand corner of the site. And that's its primary use now, and they don't receive any semi-traffic in that driveway. So we weren't proposing to change it because it was able to, the refueling truck for the oxygen tanks are basically one of the large box trucks. So it's a much smaller turning radius, and a 25-foot wide driveway, which is already there, can easily handle those.
Very good.
As for the front, can't speak too much on the existing or the parking lot, but I'll try to answer as much as I can.
So you said, though, for the backside, though, it's 33 with room to widen.
Yes, on that, the other concern with but yes, to answer your question, yes, on that southern driveway, it does have room to widen. The other issue with that northern driveway is there is an existing water meter there, which I'm not sure what the size of the water meter is for that location. It looks like a 4-inch or more, so the vaults there would prohibit us from really widening that out much. You could do maybe 2 or 3 feet on that upper left-hand corner driveway, but that's about all you could really get out of it. But it's not necessary for the site to function.
Okay, so let me break this down because I want to make sure we're correct here. So the Bridgestone Parkway entrances, that is going to be for individual automobile vehicles, not trucks?
Yes, sir.
Correct. And the way that you mentioned it at the workshop was you've herringboned the parking, so therefore you come in one entrance and you go out to the other. That's the way it's designed now, correct?
The front parking? Sorry.
So let's go front. Let's go to the street, because at the moment we've got left and right.
So we have two projects. So we have the other engineer here, Randy. Can you, if you don't mind?
So I'm referring to the item on the agenda now, sir. It's regarding
we are
the 32 parking spaces. That's what I'm referring to at the moment, and I'm referring to coming out onto Bridgestone Parkway.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So this is just for automobiles. There's no semi-truck.
That's correct.
Okay. So I think my comment was we discussed at the workshop being automobiles, cars only. I have no problem, but on the opposite side, Hill Quaker, I totally disagree. It needs to be widened.
So
You've got emergency vehicles that need to come out there, and although you get your trucks in and out, you've got to get the city vehicles out there too, fire trucks. I mean, we discussed this at the workshop.
we did discuss this at the workshop. I think the biggest confusion right this second is at workshop, we did the back first, and then we did the front. So you are strictly working on the front part of the building.
Yes.
That is what the item at hand is.
That's correct.
And then the next item we'll discuss the rear of the property.
Yeah.
So item at hand, front of the building is where we're at right now. We're fine with the parking layout the way it is, everyone?
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Okay, so we'll cross that bridge. We will discuss the back parking lot next item.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Now we're on track. Any other questions or comments on this portion of the building?
Was Mr. Brown's comments for the back or the front?
Sidewalks are for both.
It's for both, all of them.
Sides, yes.
Okay.
Okay, Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Excellent question. So if no further questions or comments, we'll entertain a motion on this item.
Mr. Chairman, with all 9 items being addressed, I make a motion to accept as submitted.
A motion to accept is submitted. Do we have a second? We have a second by both Mr. Rutledge and Mr. Mayor Cole. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, everyone. We'll work through this. So now, for this next item. Make sure we keep our ducks in a row so we're talking about the right thing and right section of a building. This is a very different scenario as we have two developers working on the same property, so it can get slightly confusing. But item number 9, site plan, Palm Commodities, new building addition totaling 5,400 square feet on 4.11 acres. Requested by CIA LLC, property located at 1289 Bridgestone Parkway, tax map 17, parcel 28.04, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Fiji Strategic Realty Investors LLC. Mr. Logan.
So this is the site plan request for the building portion of the site. And so same building, same zoning. So these are pictures of the site. Of course, this is sort of the interior of the site where some of the employees park. So this was 2 weeks ago at the workshop, and this is the updated site plan. So the dotted line on this plan indicates the area that is by others. So it's the kind of the reciprocal of what we just covered in the last item. So anything in the dotted line is by the other engineer, not this group. And by the way, this group is GMC. So, again, the existing building is 62,800 square feet. And this particular site is not located in an architectural overlay district. And I know we've already talked about the sidewalks. So there were no outstanding staff comments except, of course, for the driveways. So that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. The representative for this project, please come to the podium.
Hello again. Nathan Melson with CIA, 307 Hickerson Drive, Murfreesboro, Tennessee. I guess to go back to the comment on the driveways. We did want to mention that we did check the zoning code regarding the width of the driveways. And according to the current code as it sits, is driveways for industrial sites may be greater than 30 feet, but no greater than 40 feet. And so, we did widen the southern driveway. We can try to figure something out to make it work, or relocate the driveway to make it work. But just wanted to understand the commission's concerns with the driveway width, as it's meeting code now, and we're expanding one. So just wanted to understand the concerns.
Thank you, sir.
So my question is, so just to kind of eliminate some confusion for me, you said that the one that you can't widen is only for exit traffic. Is that how I understood that? And that you're not having any two-way traffic in that? Is that how I understood you saying that?
It is not used for semi-truck traffic. That is delivering to the dock. If you look on your plan, if you have it in front of you, there is a docking area on kind of the lower left-hand corner of the main building. And so we also have the truck turning analysis provided there on that same sheet C2.0, which shows basically your standard, like 53-foot long interstate semi-truck. That's what comes in, docks there. It can still maneuver, dock, and then leave without having to go back out. That is what they use there. That's their primary entrance for their delivery trucks. they have signage for that as delivery entrance only currently, and so that's the way it intends to.
So understand, I think our biggest concern here is that, so these two entrances are going to a direct location either way, right? So there's no stopgap to keep you from going from one entrance or exit from one to the other. So if a truck driver takes the wrong turn or takes the wrong entrance, he's still gonna have to use that to get to where he needs to go.
Well, they lock the gates, and so whenever they have a truck come in, they will have someone open a particular gate for them. So it is restricted access. It is not open to anybody that if it's just some local that comes down the road and then wants to turn around, nobody can enter in. They can come up to the gate, but that's it.
So then we're gonna have traffic backed up on the road. See the concern? So normally then when you tell me that, then we would tell you to put your gate in further in so you're not blocking traffic on Al Quaker. You know, see what I'm saying?
It currently is, Mr. Rutledge. If you can see the line at the end of the driveway where the gates.
Okay, so he has enough room to get in.
There is ample room to
So,
go off and,
but then,
if necessary.
if they do take that wrong turn in, then they're gonna have to back out, right? So even if it's somebody that's making the delivery there. So I agree with Mr. Coates, Alderman Coates, that we need to try to make it 40 foot if at all possible, because that's what we've asked everybody else. And then it helps eliminate concerns and safety for anybody else. So I don't disagree. I
accept your comment, and for that is something that we can certainly add. I think in this location, we'll have to just fully relocate the driveways, and I'll have to check with engineering to make sure that there's enough spacing between the driveways so that we're not creating an issue there. Because I think there is actually a minimum distance of separation between driveways. But we will certainly, if right now with the existing utilities that we have there, it can only be widened a certain extent. And with the existing structures that they have on site, it can be widened. But so the other option is we can relocate it. And I've talked with Mr. Rahm, and we can certainly look at relocating the driveway to allow for turnaround traffic, but.
And understand, I don't want to give off the impression that we're not willing to work with you on this.
Sure.
I think this board has been willing to work with a lot of people and do a lot of things. So, if you can't do something, you can't do something, and we're willing to really work with you on that.
Sure.
But, like in the workshop, it was about this or about that. And so give us some definite numbers where you can be and where you can't be, and as close as you can get to 40. You know what I mean? Not if it's about here or about there.
No, you can get to 27 feet without getting onto that vault. Now, generally, when you have a vault like that, you want to have some space between the actual driveway and the vault itself. So that way, if there is a truck driver that cuts a little bit too much, you're not running over that, because you definitely don't want to run over
Right,
that.
yeah.
Mr. Logan, if you'd be so kind, I don't know if everyone can see it, but I believe the vault is next to the narrower driveway.
It is.
Just to the right, below you.
Down
Just a little bit in the grassy
blue
area.
line.
That little rectangular square right there is where.
Right there.
So,
Okay.
well, with everything said and the willingness to work with us, please, Mayor Cole.
I would say at this point that we would need to defer this to the workshop and let you come up with whatever design proposal you and your client wants to do for the driveways, and then we can basically take this up at workshop next month.
And I'm just making sure I understand the 40-foot request, just because y'all are just requesting that because that's the allowable width in the.
Pretty standard to what we ask out of everyone.
Okay, I'm just making sure, because that's the way the code is worded. I just want to understand where the plan commission.
And I think, like Mr. Rutledge said, we would entertain as close as you can get to that number. Myself, one central driveway if necessary, obviously would be more than 40 foot at that point, but, so there's some options on the table, and we appreciate the fact that you and your client are willing to work with us on that. So with that, as a board, should we make a motion?
I just want to say, Mr. Chairman, we've been very consistent about this 40 feet. If
Okay.
you look back, we have been very consistent with all applicants, and that's what we're looking at, so.
Okay.
So,
And I just, can I
Please,
ask a
please,
question?
Please.
This is primarily for staff, and that's just making sure on a future plan, is there a more restrictive or another truck analysis that y'all want to see on this besides the semi-truck or the delivery traffic that they normally get?
I honestly think they wasn't looking at the truck traffic. It's basically 40 foot's what they're wanting, so, I mean, you can do whatever analysis you want, but they're still gonna ask for 40 feet, so you might as well just make.
Well, no, I'm not, I understand. I'm just also just wanting to make sure, from fire department standpoint, circulation standpoint.
Since you put it on the table, if you can take our largest apparatus that we have for fire, due to the nature of this industry, that would be nice to see on paper, to make sure that they can get everywhere on property. So if you can have that for us at workshop, that'd be good.
I think one
Thankful.
question I have as staff is basically, right now they have one entrance that is 40 feet. I think somebody, or even you, I think said something about maybe a centralized entrance. Are we okay with one entrance at 40 foot? I mean, we've already got one at 40 foot.
Well, and that's why I made the statement. At that point, it would be wider than 40 footed for an entrance and exit with turn lane.
40 foot's our max.
They can't go over that.
So
Well,
if we're willing to do one at 40, he's already got one at 40 is what I.
yes, sir, thank you. So please work with staff to make sure that we have our 2 driveways so that you have plenty of truck
So he's
traffic.
got to have 2 then. 2 at 40, no matter what.
I'm gonna go with the board on this one since you opened this can of worms.
I think we'd like to see it at 40, but obviously there's something physical or condemning that they can't get to that. If it's 39 or 37, let's talk about it. Let's draw it up. At the moment, we have very little information on what we're seeing. We can go out to the lot and have a look, but let's be more definitive of, is there a reason why you can't get to 40? If it's 37 or it's 35, let's list it on there so we can understand it.
Well, he's got one at 40. The other one's 24.8. And he's saying he can get it to 27, but what the problem is, there's a power pole and then there's a water vault on the other side. So he's basically saying he's gonna have to close off this entrance and put another one. So what I'm asking is, are we requiring that he has 2 entrances? Because we need to be able to give him direction of what to give us back. If not, we're gonna be in the same spot at workshop, not knowing what to tell him to do.
I'm thinking more with the logistics of their firm. They're probably gonna need the 2 driveways.
And so I would look at what see what you can get for maximum. If it's 27, it's going to be, what you're saying, it's larger than what we've got already on the plans. See what you can do to work it in to get to whatever the maximum is, and then we'll have that at workshop and discuss it. Is that fair?
I mean, yep, I think we can try to come up with something.
We'll work it out together. We always get through it. That's the biggest thing. So.
Is that all the concerns? Okay.
Yeah.
Sir. So with that, I'll make a motion to defer this item until workshop. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, sir. Next item. Item number 9 is deferred, correct, Mr. Logan?
Yes, sir, that was a late afternoon deferral, correct?
Very good. Item number 10, set bond amount for the retreat at Finch Branch, Section 2, tax map 17L, Group A, parcel 8.04, R2 Medium Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. So this is the request to set the bond for the retreat at Finch Branch, Section 2. And you can see on the screen, the area outlined in blue is Section 2 of Finch Branch. And this section is approximately 12.89 acres, and it does consist of 31 lots. And you can see on the zoning map, this dark, almost like a red brick color is R2 zoning, which is medium density residential. So all of Finch Branch is medium density. And they have submitted the 3 estimates with the 20% contingency, and the packets are in your possession. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments on this item? Everyone satisfied with the amount?
Make a motion to accept the bond as submitted, $95,673.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
A second.
We second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 11, bond and letters of credit. Mr. Brown.
Everyone should have the bond list in their packets. There is two that expire on, well, today actually have received a renewal, and the originals are being overnighted, so we'll have that updated on the list tomorrow once we receive the actual original. Everything else is up to date, though.
Very good. And item number 12, discussion zoning ordinance adoption process. So, Mr. Brown?
Basically, I spoke with Melissa today with the comments we had at the last meeting. She was basically still working on those corrections today. She did get those completed and a draft sent over to Bo later in the afternoon. Now, I didn't think that's fair or right to give it to you and then you not have a chance to review it and then come in and make some motion or whatever. So basically, you've got the corrections that she's made, or if not, Bo will get those out to everyone. I think really what we need to know is, do we need to have another special meeting in October? Do we need to go longer than that? What does everyone prefer? What's the next step y'all want to do? Do you want to have the meetings now at the end of the Planning Commission workshop, since we should be close to just a few items and just every workshop have some discussion on it to keep going, or do we still need to have enough discussion that it would be a special meeting? I know y'all have had several meetings this year, and you may be getting to where it's, okay, can we just do them at workshop times?
That's kind of where I am. Everyone else at the end of the meeting?
What all do we have outstanding still with it?
So, really review final draft, and so we should be able to review it at next meeting. We'll get our draft soon, Mr. Logan?
It's already in your inbox. I sent it about an hour and a half or two ago.
Okay.
As soon as I got it from Melissa, y'all have it, so.
So, well, I'm gonna say we have homework to do, everyone. Let's review it. Let's try and get everything tidied up by workshop and keep moving forward, because I think we're really, really close. We've worked really hard on this.
I know one of the things we discussed in the last special meeting, and you weren't there, was coming up with a plan to notify residents. How, I think Alderman Coates said we should just kind of all put on our thinking caps and have ideas for that, so that we could come up with the best approach. So that's certainly a to-do item for discussion as well.
Please, let's to do, and just in general, getting out in public and talking with everyone, and most citizens know whom we are, so we can cover a lot of ground that way as well, but I'm open for any suggestions.
Right now, it's just for discussion, so it's kind of, y'all want some meetings, if you want to do it at the next PC workshop, whatever y'all choose to do.
I'm okay with going next workshop. Yeah.
Would you mind repeating what you just said, Mr. Brown?
I don't even know what he said.
I said it's basically just up to them at this point. It's a discussion item. They can either discuss it more tonight, they can discuss it at the next workshop. If they want to have another special meeting, they can do that. If they want to schedule another special meeting.
Discuss Airbnbs in private neighborhoods.
We,
When do they do that?
Well, basically, that will be addressed in the zoning ordinance, so once they,
It's already been done.
it's probably got a regulation in there, yes. I don't,
I didn't see any regulation. I did see the people go into the house.
Ma'am?
And stay up all night.
Ma'am, we will be having another workshop meeting, and if you would please either write down or contact some staff with those.
I wasn't contacted.
No, if you will contact them with your concerns so that we can address them.
Well, they know that I'm gonna have concerns. Everybody in that neighborhood has got concerns, and no one was notified.
Ma'am,
Sir?
we will have a meeting at workshop. Will you please?
I'm not stupid. You don't have to talk to me like I'm stupid.
Yes, ma'am. My apologies if you feel that I do. So my apologies on that. We will be having another meeting at our workshop at the end of the meeting to discuss this. If you will please address those concerns.
Why weren't we included in the first meeting before this ever happened? And it happened in our
About a new
neighborhood on our
Airbnb.
properties.
Ma'am, I don't know.
Nobody seems to know.
I can't answer that question.
Right after this meeting, we can get with codes and circle around, because I know the specific Airbnb that you're talking about, and we can talk more about it.
It's a big deal for a lot of people in LaVergne.
Well,
And they're not happy.
let us close out this item. We'll get you with Mr. Randolph and the mayor, so you can discuss that.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. So, Mr. Brown.
I was done. It's just basically up to the board what they choose to do.
I'm fine after the next workshop.
So after next workshop, we will be discussing the items on the zoning ordinance once again.
It's a little late. There's about 4 of them in there.
Yes, ma'am. And we'll direct you.
Once again, closing the barn door after the cow got loose.
Yes, ma'am.
LaVergne stood at that.
We will do as best we can. That's all we can do.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? With that, meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen meeting. It is October 6th, 2022. It is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. Tonight I will have the prayer, and Girl Scout Troop 540 will have the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone would please stand for the prayer and the pledge. Dear Heavenly Father, we just ask that you would put your healing hand upon our country. We've had a massive natural disaster in Florida, and we just ask that you would be with those hands, helping those people and those hearts that may be hurt from this. We ask that you would heal and unite our city, that our citizens and whether they're 1 to 99, would all be blessed. And we ask all this, Lord, in your name, and we thank you for Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, ladies. First item for the night is to approve the minutes from the September 6th, 2022 regular meeting.
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Moving on to presentations. Can I have Michael Trotter come down, please? Well, just believe last month we were celebrating a Player of the Week, and wouldn't you know it, we have another one. So for the city of LaVergne, we're giving you a certificate of recognition for being named the Rutherford County Middle School Player of the Week. We hope you continue to dedicate yourself to your schoolwork and football training as you progress in your academic career. This is for you. Round of applause. Now you've got some teammates here too, right? Where are your teammates? Come on. Come on. This is our middle school team, guys. So y'all come on over here and fill out the back. I bring them up for the simple reason that, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone who's watching at home, this is our future. And if you ask me, our future looks amazing. And there's a lot of potential in this room for all of these students. So we're looking forward to seeing what all of y'all do in the future. But today, we want to celebrate Michael and what he's done, and that's a whole team effort, right? So, again, Coach, do you want to add anything? I know you've been working on a 5-page speech. Come here.
I don't really like the spotlight. I promised God once these young men started doing what they do that I'd give him all the credit. So last week with their victory over Oakland Middle, they're now in their division. They're the #1 team in Rutherford County in their division right now. So can y'all give them a hand for that? Yeah. So I'm not somebody that likes to take, a lot of the shine and stuff. I like to give it, to Christ and God where it belongs. But these young men come every day. They work hard. We have wonderful parents. A lot of coaches have problems with parents. I have zero problems with my parents. They're just very, very supportive. So I want to give them credit as well. Yeah. Thank y'all. Just my administration at my school, I got wonderful administration, colleagues that I work with, and hopefully y'all winning the championship this year? Yeah. Right. So just for the city of LaVergne, I'm not bragging. That's something that they wanted to do. I scream and yell, and my assistant coaches, they're not here tonight. They had family things to deal with, but They have a game next week against Siegel on Tuesday. So if y'all want to come out and support that, and then we have a playoff game the following week on the 18th. That'll be against two possible teams, and then the championship game. Should I speak that in existence? Yes. Right. And then the championship game will be at Smyrna High School on the 22nd. So please come watch these young men, because this is possibly my best team that I've coached. That's what they say. So, but Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for having us, man. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. And thank y'all.
And then, last but not least, Mom, you want to come up and say anything? Okay. Again, thank you guys. We love what y'all are doing. Keep being that example in the community to everybody, and let's win some more games. We have on our agenda is going to be the departmental reports. Police Department, Chief Davis.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Alderman, you have your call summary for the month of September. As always, I always highlight the deaths from the motor vehicles. And this month we had 9 cases of vehicles that was broken into, which all of those vehicles were left unlocked. And as a result, there was 1 firearm that has been turned over to the hands of a criminal out in the street now. Some other things that I want to bring up is you can also see in your packet LPD activity. That's something new that we started. You can see the number of arrests that we've made for the month of September, how many calls for service that we responded to, and also at the bottom you can see the number of traffic stops. Because of this, as you all know, year to date, crime is down. It's been down for some years now. Another good stat that we have now, other than backfilling on promotional opportunities that we have in place, we do not have any vacancies at this time. So until we promote, we are fully staffed now. So we're in a better position than we were this time last year. So our numbers should keep getting better. One other thing, if I can bring up to you, next Saturday, beginning at 8 a.m., we have a Cops and Barbers fishing with the kids in the community. There's still time to register. I believe you can do it online, but you can contact either Sergeant Cherie Robertson or the Public Information Officer, Ann Smith, and we'll get you all signed up on that. Any questions?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on to the Fire Department. Nick.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, sorry you get to see me again, but we do what we got to do. I hope you have the run numbers for September. If you go to the very last page, I've started a new report. I started tallying the Community Connect users that have signed up.
Mm-hmm.
It's showing 44. I reran it right before I got over here, and we're at 52 now. So it's picking up.
And just for our audience that may be watching or even listening here, just can you explain that and how they would sign up?
Yeah, sure. It's a free service that we changed software companies a few months ago, and Community Connect is a part of it. It's a free service for the citizens to sign up, and they can actually go on there and register everything that we would need to know, like invalid residents, gate codes, the keys under the mat, here's my medicines. You can actually take pictures of your dog and give your dog's name so we know. It's pretty neat. I was kind of skeptical at first, but I'm sold on it. It's really nice. And for the commercial customers, they can register their hazardous materials and all their alarm contact information on there too. So we can have all that stuff on the fly. Really impressed with it so far.
And they can go to the city website?
Yeah, it's on the city website. There's a link to it. It takes 5 minutes to sign up and log your information.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions?
On the news this afternoon, Lebanon been having a problem with grass fires. They talk about a ban on burning, LaVergne following suit, they have got a
If-
ban on burning.
If it gets to the point, we will. I know Rutherford County had 2 pretty good ones today. They were still out on one just a few minutes ago. They've been there for a few hours.
But at this time, the
No,
LaVergne
nothing yet,
does not
no.
have a ban on burning.
No, not at all.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on to Parks and Recreation Department, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You have the parks numbers in front of you for the month. You see help desk tickets, 81, 697.5 hours devoted to those. Some of the major projects, we're doing a little remodeling on our kitchen at the Parks and Rec building. Past events, September 17th was our Old Timers Festival. Upcoming events, October 22nd is Goblins and Goodies and a Zombie Night. That'll be followed by a movie on the football field. Past events, Senior Center, September 17th, they participated in Old Timers Festival. October the 5th, they had a meeting at GNRC meeting at St. Clair. Upcoming events at the Senior Center, October 7th, they will be taking a trip to the Apple Orchard and lunch at Highway 55. You can see some of our upcoming meetings. Senior Center, Park and Rec, and then Beautification Advisory Committee will all meet on the same day, October 17th. Senior Center at 4:30, Park and Rec at 6, and this will be our first meeting of the Beautification Advisory Committee. That will meet at 7 p.m. Fall Ball Clinic, our last night is Thursday, October 13th, with a game day scheduled for Saturday, October the 15th, from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. Park and Rec Department will provide lunch for those kids that come out there. Want to give a big shout out to Sonny from Rock Springs Middle and Brent Turner on the baseball side. They have taken over and spearheaded that, and we have had a great turnout so far and amazing success. Goblins and Goodies, we mentioned that. It's Saturday, October 22nd. It's from 2 to 4 at the park. Zombie Night will follow that. 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. There'll be a dance-off. That'll take place kind of in that gated area at the football field, followed by a movie on the football field. The Addams Family 2 will be the movie. Old Timers Day, we were praying for good weather, and we got it. I want to give a big shout-out to everybody that participated in it. We were due for a good day. Turned out to be a good day. Park staff, can't say enough good things about them. I really was excited for the ladies up there, Sheila and Kathy. So much work they put into that to see what we had to deal with last year and then the turnout this year. If you come out, you see that day, but you don't see the prep work that goes into that. So they're working nonstop. We're doing a lot of our signs and banners in-house. Sheila was working up until 6 or 7 o'clock on Friday night to crank that stuff out. So Kathy's scheduling, I know she may take a week or 2 off from that, but she's starting to look for next year now. So want to give a big shout out to them. They deserve all the praise. Any questions?
The only thing I'll add to it is the music was awesome.
It was awesome. Great weather. We definitely like to see a little more participation, crowd turnout. Saturday night was probably our biggest night that we've had as far as attendance goes. But we'd like to grow on that too. So we don't want to be satisfied with those numbers. We want to see what we can do to totally, increase those numbers year after year and make each event better.
Well, I thought Old Timers Day was great. The parade flowed a lot smoother. There were less gaps in it this year. And then there were a lot of people out there. I heard a lot of good things about the kids zone being located near the inline hockey rink and the shade that the trees provide. Also heard, I got a phone call today about the senior center from where the staff there was attending the GNRC conference. They found several new programs that they can start incorporating in for our seniors to give them more resources and more activities, so that GNRC pays for itself. So that's something to look forward to in the future as well.
Right, yes, sir. As far as the parade goes, it's a citywide effort because everybody gets together and kind of bounces ideas off each other. So we tried something a little different this year with filtering the parade traffic through the front parking lot. Solved several bottlenecks for us that have been issues in the past. We kind of like the layout. It worked pretty good for us. Filtering everything through there. So as far as I know, we haven't had any issues out of that.
And then the movie at the with Zombie Night. Is that the animated or the live action? I've had some questions on that.
Oh, you got my stumper on me there. I will have to follow up. I know Kathy has the movie. Yeah, I could probably tell you something more likely it's gonna be wrong.
It's one of the two.
One of the two.
It is the animated, okay? Steve, you'll be
animated.
happy.
I'll understand it.
Yes, yes.
Hopefully, hopefully David didn't bring none of that wind back with him from
Oh,
vacation.
no. Hey, we're on a roll. We're not gonna jinx it now. We're gonna keep on going with it. All right, thank you, board.
Thank you. Moving on to the library department. Miss Donna B. Bout.
Oh, Lord. Yes.
Mayor, Vice Mayor Alderman, good evening. For the month of September, our attendance stayed about the same. It was 2,836, but we're happy. We're going to keep growing. We're going to keep getting the people in. Our circulation was 3,029, and we issued 69 new patron cards. Our programs are up. Our attendance is up, so we're very happy. You can see that there's some pictures from Old Timers Day. Our staff dressed in different ways this year. We had some pioneers. We had Miss Sherry in her 1920 swimsuit holding the snake there. So it was a lot of fun. We had several great displays that people really enjoyed. It was from pictures from around LaVergne. One thing that was really nice was an interactive display. They had pictures of the buildings now, and then we had pictures of back then. And so they would take the pictures and try to match them up. And that was really neat, because at one point we had just an empty lot, and then there was Walmart. So that was pretty cool. All right, so now let's get ready for October. Are you all ready for October? We're gonna get just a little bit witchy tonight. All right, so we have several things coming up, and our teens and tweens on the 7th is going to be having Marble City. Now, this is fall break, and so we want teens and tweens, and I see a lot of teens back here that we would love for you guys to come and join us. It's from 1 to 4 o'clock, and we are going to be building a Marble City. It's going to be really cool, but the fun thing is I'm going to be ordering pizza. So, anybody back there like pizza? All right.
I think they got some attention back there.
So would love to have you. Of course, our Lego fun is always fun, and that's going to be on October 10th and 24th. Thursday, October 13th, they have a show and tell. Teens and tweens are going to be painting vinyl records. Does anyone know what a record or an album is? Okay, so we're going to be taking an album and using stencils, we're going to make it really spooky or funny or pretty or whatever you would like to do. And of course, you wouldn't be able to play this. How many of you know what you play an album on? Good.
That's
a turntable, yes, yes. So maybe for show and tell next month, I'll bring my turntable and we'll listen to an album. But the teens and tweens are going to be doing this painting. It's a lot of fun. This was all done with stencils, so it'll be really easy to do. And again, there'll be special refreshments. Okay, on October the 15th, LaVergne Fire and Rescue is going to be coming to our library, and we are excited for that visit. It will be from 10 to 12, and you can come and see a fire engine up close, talk to our firefighters, maybe get a hat. I know there were a lot of hats given away at Old Timers Day and at National Night Out. So if there's any hats available, you may be able to get one, but this is going to be a fun day. we will have refreshments. All right, let's see. Oh, here we go. Now we're getting into something a little spooky. On Thursday, October the 27th at 5:30 p.m., we will not be having jammies and stories. I'm sorry to disappoint, but we're going to have Spooky Spectacular with Mr. Ritchie. He is a scientist, and he does some great, wonderful, spooky science experiments. And so that's always a lot of fun. I get really excited when he gets that dry ice out and that quarter, and oh, you just have to be there. And guess what? We'll have refreshments. Okay, Saturday, October the 29th, we will have our family matinee. Last time our movie was The Goonies. Thank you, Mayor. I had a little brain burp right there. So The Goonies, but this time it will be the original Hocus Pocus. And you will enjoy some great movie snacks. If you can tell, I'm a grandmother and I like to feed people. So whenever you come to an event, we'll have something to eat, and it'll be all just a lot of fun. But we do have a lot of great things going on at the library, and you know, on the Spooky Spectacular, you can wear a costume or even a mask. Just be at our event. That's all that we ask. Are there any questions?
What was Chief Davis okay that he didn't get to play with the python there? That your team was so gracious to hold on to?
Right. Well, there were some firefighters and some policemen over there, and it was interesting. And I have a picture of my 15-year-old granddaughter holding the snake, and thought that was pretty cool.
Well, y'all do an amazing job down there.
Thank you. And I want to say thank you to the city departments for letting us come and be a part of all of the events. Being at National Night Out was so much fun, and we just enjoy getting out and meeting people. And at National Night Out, there were about 20 new families that came up and said, we just moved to LaVergne, and we want to know more about the library. I'm the lady to ask, and I got lots of staff, so we were glad to meet them.
Any other questions?
All right.
Thank you, Miss Donna.
Thank you.
Now on to finance. Miss Phyllis Rogers.
Now do you see why I always want to go before Donna? I can't follow that. I have no snacks. I have no events.
You didn't order his pizza?
No costumes, no pizza. But I will give you some numbers. Tonight's report is for year-to-date through August, which is first 2 months of the year. For our general fund, expenses have exceeded revenues by approximately $771,000. We do want to make a note that tax bills did go out last week, so we'll start seeing some property tax revenue come in shortly. Local sales tax, we've collected approximately $2.7 million year-to-date. That's about $687,000 better than what we budgeted for this time, and about $10,000 better than this time last year. For State Street Aid, revenues exceeded expenditures by approximately $188,000. In our stormwater, our expenses actually exceeded revenues by approximately $35,000. In our water sewer fund, our revenues exceeded expenditures by approximately $493,000. Second page is our balances in our various bank accounts. In the third page is comparison to prior year. For general fund, revenues are up about $1 million. But expenses are also up about $462,000. For our water sewer fund, revenues were down about $245,000, and our expenses were up about $9,000. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now on to the water treatment plant. Mr. Danny, come on down. Hope we know which one is Danny.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say thank you to Dave McGowan for upgrading my attire. You know, I appreciate the hard hat. I can invest. I can go mining after this today. So, this does work. It's fully functional. You know. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. I trust you've had an opportunity to review our report. couple items I'd like to make note of are raw water pump number 3 was reinstalled after it was repaired the beginning of this month, and the supplemental check valve was installed properly. So those are working and in service. Very, very pleased to have that up and running. Also, we completed our flushing program, annual flushing program on the 23rd of this month. We flushed 557 hydrants, 86 blow-offs for a total of just over 4.2 million gallons of water through the system. We also wanted to mention Old Timers Festival as well. We were very pleased to be a part of that. We appreciate the city allowing Infomark to be a part of that event every year. It's an honor for us to have a booth there and be involved with that. So thank you for that.
Danny, can you speak towards the customer complaints for this month?
Yes, sir. So this month we had 4 customer complaints. One complaint was for high water pressure. Another was for no water. One for a bitter tasting water. And the fourth was for a rotten egg smell in the water. So the high water pressure was for a failed pressure reducing valve that failed open, allowing more pressure, higher water pressure. So they were advised to contact a plumber. The no water complaint was actually for a water meter that was accidentally turned off. So that obviously is going to eliminate your water source. For the bitter tasting water, the customer has lived in the city for over 20 years. This is the first time they've had a water issue. We did discuss flushing their lines in their system in the house and offered to take a water sample. They declined the water sample and said that they would contact us back if they continued to have the issue after flushing their home, and we had not heard back from them. So we're hopeful that that issue has been resolved just from flushing their lines. For the rotten egg smell, the customer shared that it was mainly coming from the bathroom and could find somewhat of a scent from the kitchen sink. So we did advise her to flush her lines. We did take a water sample. All results came back within range. She was still experiencing the issue when I spoke with her this week, and we are planning on flushing her nearest hydrant to see if that helps out, as well as discussing a few other issues inside her home to see if that could be leading to the issue. We haven't received any other comments or concerns from that area, so it does seem isolated to her home.
Okay. And if anyone has any issues, who do they contact when it comes to their water?
They can contact the water treatment plant at 615-793-6536, option 2.
Thank you, sir. Anybody have any questions?
When you got up earlier,
yes,
what come to my mind is the old village people.
Yeah. Oh. This one or this one?
Either way.
Okay.
But how we been doing on the water loss?
On the water loss, that is not a question I can answer. I just know what we deliver. We do.
Probably a Michael.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I know we did 4,239,100 gallons for flushing. So that I can say.
Thank you. Thank you, Danny.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to old business. Second reading, ordinance 2022-20, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2021-2022 Senior Citizens Fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Second reading, ordinance 2022-21, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion. Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Was that a second from Alderman Coates?
Right. Second.
Okay. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2022-22, an ordinance to amend Title 20, Chapter 1 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding alarm systems. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve?
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. I need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. I'll second it. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Moving on to new business. Resolution 2022-23, a resolution to amend the employee handbook regarding military leave for training. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. I'll second it. Alderman Waldron?
Aye.
Alderman Coates?
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2022-24, a resolution to authorize the City of LaVergne Court to adjudicate juvenile traffic offenses. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron?
Aye.
Alderman Coates?
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Resolution passes. Moving on to motion to approve water operation and maintenance agreement with Infomark LLC. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve?
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Motion to approve a proposal for the LaVergne Youth Baseball and Softball Leagues provider. This received a favorable recommendation from the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee on September 19th, 2022. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Motion to approve an energy equipment installation contract with Path Company LLC for the installation of LED streetlights. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Alderman Coates. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Motion to approve a street lighting agreement with Path Company and Middle Tennessee Electric Membership Cooperative for the installation of LED street lights. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Motion to approve a street lighting agreement with Nashville Electric Service for the installation of LED streetlights. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve?
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2022-23, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve?
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. And then our last item, I'm going to make a motion to find Fellowship Construction Incorporated in default of their bid obligations for withdrawing their bid and rejecting the contract awarded by the Board of Mayor and Aldermen on September 6th, 2022, thereby forfeiting their bid security pursuant to the bidding requirements, and to accept the bid of the next lowest and best bidder, Romac Incorporated, in the amount of $11,512,100, which includes ad alternatives 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6, as recommended by Johnson and Bailey Architects, PC. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
Yes, I want to keep, again, the prayer for everybody in Florida, you see on the news the damage down there, and they're still going through a rough time. Keep the hurricane victim in Florida in the prayers, and make sure your pets has got fresh water and shade, and check on the elderly. And again, it's election time. You know, it's like Jeff Fothworthy, you know, this sign could be yours. So I run across this sign of iced tea, spiked iced tea. It kind of goes with the Kool-Aids. So just be aware of the election time. And again, I put on the agenda about the hiring and firing deal. It was took off again. Guys, we've had lawsuits. Y'all know what this could lead to, or do y'all even care? That's all.
Alderman Coates. I'd appreciate all the citizens that came out to National Night Out, and appreciate the staff and the effort that was put in to put it together. That's all I had, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor No.
Absolutely. National Night Out, Cherie, Parks and Rec, Doug whooping up his world-famous hot dogs, police and fire. Man, it was great. You guys did a good job. I want to give just a little bit of information now that we have passed this baseball thing. I'm very excited about baseball and softball, and I know a lot of parents are. But the other thing, too, is from 12 to 3 during the month of October and November at Rock Springs Elementary is Universal Sports League basketball. They'll be doing sign-ups. I know we got some football left, but through November from 12 to 3 again at Rock Springs Elementary, Universal Sports League basketball. The weather's going to be getting cold. I understand that. We've been very lucky. But when it gets winter time, you're going to get them kids out of the house for a little bit, a couple nights a week. You'll appreciate that. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir. Well, I want to remind everybody about the Goblins and Goodies and Zombie Night, October 22nd. That is a wonderfully fun event each year. Do want to mention early voting starts October 19th here at the Multipurpose Building, so that goes, I believe, through November 3rd. Alderman Waldron, do want to let you know that was Bill Engvall for Here's Your Sign, not Jeff Foxworthy, and we've got some good things coming. I know we've had some discussion in the past about the hire and fire, but just like we've had for probably the last 20 years, that's a normal process. So with that, I'm going to call this meeting adjourned.
Aye.